Chapter 1855. Jun Changshao didn't know how long Unstoppable Saber would be weakened. He could only take back the battleship for the time being and hide in the eternal world to recuperate. He had no idea what was happening in the outside world. Nothing had happened. It was nothing more than some top experts against the celestial demon emperor and some ancient forces standing up to get rid of the evil for the people. The situation in the upper universe used to be that everyone only cared about their own business and didn't care about others. But now, they were all denouncing the villain with righteous indignation. They were all talk and no action. Some bad-tempered top experts even fought with the celestial demon emperor's subordinates, although they were defeated in the end. Anyway, the wave of anti-heaven demon emperors from various forces and planes became more and more intense. Many people were confused. In the past, the celestial demon emperor was busy destroying this and that, and the experts didn't care. Why did they all come out recently? Had they reached a consensus? Had they reached a cooperation? Thank God. Finally, someone is willing to help us. Although the creatures of various forces didn't know the specific situation, since there were so many experts, the anti-heaven demon emperor was naturally grateful and regarded him as a hero. With a large number of top experts and ancient forces joining in one after another, the celestial demon emperor was obviously hindered. His original plan to destroy more planes had to be adjusted temporarily. Leader. In the main hall of the League of Stars and Seas, Vice Leader Peng said excitedly, "We are safe." He had received news of many experts coming out of seclusion. He didn't think the celestial demon emperor had time to invade the celestial realm. Alas! Gu Tianqing sighed and said, "This is only temporary. If they can't compete with the celestial demon emperor, the celestial realm can't escape the fate of destruction." Vice Leader Peng was silent. Besides, Gu Tianqing added, "Those experts who came out may not be for the sake of the world." Then why? Vice Leader Peng asked. I don't know. Gu Tianqing was an expert in the upper universe, but he hadn't reached the level of Jian Guishu, so he couldn't understand some things. As the wave of anti-heaven demon emperors from various forces and planes became more and more intense, fierce fighting was inevitable. This was just a few days ago. The Sky Devil Emperor's Fourth Fleet encountered a group of powerhouses. The two sides fought fiercely in the universe for almost a few days. Blood and wreckage floated in the broken space. This situation would only become more and more serious, because the more they resisted, the more they would have to endure cruel repression. According to the latest news obtained by Vice Alliance Leader Peng, a certain plane of the Blue Cloud system had been directly erased by the Sky Devil Emperor, and all the living beings inside had their souls scattered. Alliance Master, Great Elder said pessimistically, "Our crossing heaven world will probably follow in their footsteps." Even so. Gu Tianqing's eyes were cold as he said, "We must resist to the end." The more brutal the celestial demonic emperor was, the more it aroused the resistance of the various dimensions. Fierce battles, big and small, filled the entire upper universe, and the atmosphere became more and more oppressive. However, at the darkest moment, a ray of light rose. Swish! Swish! In a certain plane that was being invaded, thousands of sword lights streaked across the sky and reaped the lives of the celestial devil emperor's subordinates in an overbearing manner. The newcomers were a group of white-clothed martial artists standing on flying swords. They were all dressed in the same uniform with the word Sword Union engraved on their chests. A Sword Alliance disciple. On the orders of the Sword Saint of the Ruins, we have come to punish evil. A loud voice pierced through heaven and earth, echoing in the ears of the people. It felt as if a god had suddenly descended to save the world when the world was about to be destroyed. At the moment of danger, there were thousands of troops and horses to save them, not to mention that they were the forces established by one of the top legend rankers of the Blue Cloud system. Patriarch. Vice Alliance Leader Peng said excitedly, Senior Gue Su has come out of seclusion, our crossing heaven world is saved. I hope so. Gu Tianqing was still a little worried. Could Senior Sword Saint fight against the Celestial Devil Emperor? Not long after, a piece of news brought him and even the entire Blue Cloud system a painful blow. At the intersection of the two universes, Jian Gue Su had lost to King Jialua, one of the 8 dragons under the Celestial Devil Emperor. The people of the world who had just seen hope once again felt despair. However, news of despair came again and again. Many experts and forces who resisted the Celestial Devil Emperor were either killed or heavily injured. The people of the world could only pray every day, hoping to see a true savior in their lifetime. Soon. One day, Gu Tianqing sat on a mountain peak and seemed to have sensed something. He slowly opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. The hero who will save the world is about to appear. After Jian Gue Su lost to the Celestial Devil Emperor's right-hand man, he was also filled with despair. He was even prepared to die with the crossing heaven world. However, for some reason, his despair was suddenly replaced by hope. Sect of all times, Spacetime's secret realm. Ta. A long-awaited figure walked out from inside. Jun Changshao recovered and stood with his hands behind his back. His face that had not been affected by the passage of time was even fairer. He had to be honest. Although Go Sheng was a dog, his appearance was not bad. Patriarch. Ryu Sinan said, "You finally came out. Did something happen while I was in seclusion?" Jun Changshao asked. Ryu Sinan was speechless. There are only 3 months left until the Universe Sacred War Finals. Patriarch, have you forgotten? Pa. Jun Changshao slapped his forehead and said, I really forgot. During this time, he had been fighting with the Celestial Devil Emperor and forgot about the Universe Sacred War. Let's go. Jun Changshao said, back to the crossing heaven world. Xiao. The eternal ship flew through the universe. At first, Jun Changshao was worried that they would be blocked by the Celestial Devil Emperor. But in the end, they were unimpeded. Seems like. Go Sheng said proudly, the power of the lightning rod made them pee their pants. Patriarch, look. At this time, Shangguan Xinyao enlarged the space map and saw that the universe area in front of them had collapsed. There were corpses and wreckage everywhere. It was as if a fierce battle had just happened. Jun Changshao frowned. He could tell from the corpses and wreckage that a small number of them were the subordinates of the Celestial Devil Emperor. Could it be, Jun Changshao said, when I was in seclusion, someone fought with the Celestial Devil Emperor? The space collapse was so serious, and there were so many corpses. Go Sheng could imagine that it must be a fierce battle comparable to the battle between 2 armies. And this. It did not conform to his understanding of the upper universe forces that only cared about their own business. On the way to the crossing heaven world, the eternal ship encountered several collapsed areas after a battle. This meant that there was more than one battle. Jun Changshao's expression became more and more serious. At this moment, he began to wonder if the Celestial Devil Emperor was serious and wanted to conquer the entire Blue Cloud system with absolute power. Xinyao. Jun Changshao said, speed up. Go Sheng was most worried that the crossing heaven world had been invaded by the Celestial Devil Emperor, so he had to rush over as soon as possible. Fortunately, when the eternal ship passed through layers of space in super mode, the crossing heaven world still existed in the universe. The shining light meant that it was not invaded. Phew. Jun Changshao and Gu Zhaoxi sighed in relief. At this moment, Go Sheng saw many battleships floating in the starry sky outside the crossing heaven world. From their appearance, they did not look like the Celestial Devil Emperor's battleships. Alliance Chief Gu. Outside the crossing heaven world, a black-haired elder asked solemnly, have you considered joining the demon-killing alliance to fight against the Celestial Devil Emperor? Gu Tianqing looked troubled. Sorry. At this moment, a voice came from afar. Senior Gu is from the June Alliance. The demon-killing alliance can go and rest. Phew. The eternal ship flew over and hovered above them. Gu Tianqing's expression changed again and again. In the end, he could not help but shout, "Brat, why are you back?" Chapter 1856. When the thunder roared, the entire universe was thrown into chaos. All sorts of formidable martial artists and factions appeared. In the past, only the Night King Alliance dared to go against the Heaven Demonic Emperor. Now, they could be seen everywhere. For example, the Demon-Killing Alliance, which had come to recruit Gu Tianqing. Let's put it this way, any force that claimed to be in the name of eliminating evil and punishing evil was recruiting experts to strengthen their own forces. They were not stupid. They knew that the Heaven Demonic Emperor was very powerful. If they wanted to go against him, they had to gather more battle strength. Jun Changshao knew this very well. Thus, after he decided to form the June Alliance, his first thought was to get Uncle Gu to join him. The Demon-Killing Alliance wanted to snatch him. No way. However, when Jun Changshao flew over in Eternal, Gu Tianqing was on the verge of breaking down. The upper universe was in chaos now. Why did he come back instead of hiding himself? The worst thing was, he had to speak so harshly. He would definitely offend someone. As expected, the black-haired elder's expression darkened. Didn't you hear me clearly? Jun Changshao flew out of the battleship and stood in the universe with his hands behind his back. He said calmly, "Go and rest somewhere cool." "Brat." The black-haired elder said in a low voice, "You're too arrogant." This was already quite restrained. His companions beside him unleashed their cultivation. It was obvious that they were planning to attack. Elder Lin. Gu Tianqing hurriedly tried to smooth things over. This is the patriarch of the sect of all times, Jun Changshao. He is quite straightforward. Please don't take offense. Oh. Elder Lin was surprised. He's the patriarch of the sect of all times? Yes. Jun Changshao's expression and tone made even Gu Tianqing want to kick him. So, it's Jun Patriarch. Elder Lin retracted the anger on his face and cupped his hands. It's an honor to meet you. The Eternal Sect's reputation began to spread after the galactic competition, but its influence was only average. What was really remembered by the world was that they dared to challenge the Celestial Demonic Emperor, destroyed many of his fleets, and saved many planes. The demon-killing alliance that Elder Lin mentioned was in the Ashen Cloud system. Naturally, he had heard of this. Elder Lin, Jun Changshao said, the June Alliance needs formidable martial artists like you. Are you interested in joining us? Elder Lin's mouth. He came to the Heaven Crossing realm this time to recruit people, but he didn't expect that he would be recruited by someone else. Sorry. Elder Lin said, I already have an organization. Since that's the case. Jun Changshao gestured for the guest to leave. Please go back. Elder Lin's anger. I respect you for daring to challenge the Heaven Demonic Emperor. However, that's not something you can use to be arrogant. Seeing that the situation had become awkward again, Gu Tianqing hurriedly said, Elder Lin, I'm very touched that your alliance is so considerate of the world. If you need my help in the future, the League of Stars and Seas will definitely help you. He's indeed experienced. Not only was he asking Elder Lin to leave, but he was also rejecting Elder Lin's invitation. All right. Elder Lin had no choice but to leave. However, before he left, he stopped and said, Alliance Master Gu, Jun Patriarch, the Heaven Demonic Emperor is powerful and ruthless. We can only fight him if we unite. Jun Changshao said, that's why I'm asking the Demon-Killing Alliance to join the June Alliance. We can work together to protect the world. Elder Lin waved his sleeves and left. After interacting with him for a short while, his evaluation of Jun Changshao was that he was arrogant and conceited. Such a person was completely incapable of fighting against the Heaven Demonic Emperor. What a coincidence. Go Sheng also had an evaluation of Elder Lin. Elder Lin's words and actions showed no sincerity in recruiting allies. Instead, he seemed to be recruiting subordinates. It was impossible for him and the demon-killing alliance to fight against the Heaven Demonic Emperor. Yeah. Suddenly, Gu Tianqing grabbed Jun Changxiao's ear and dragged him into the crossing heaven realm. As he walked, he roared, "Are you tired of living? How dare you come out so brazenly?" He had heard about the conflict between the Sect of all times and the Heaven Demonic Emperor. Every day, he was on tenterhooks, afraid that the guy would be caught and that something would happen to his son. "Uncle. Ouch. Be gentle." In the main hall, Gu Tianqing took a sip of tea and said, "That's the situation." Jun Changshao was silent. He had not expected the upper universe to be in such a mess while he was recovering from his weakened state in the mystic realm. There were even many forces that dared to fight against the Heaven Demonic Emperor. "Uncle." Jun Changshao was puzzled. Since they have the courage to fight against the Heaven Demonic Emperor, why didn't they take action earlier? "I don't know." Gu Tianqing shook his head. There must be something fishy. In the beginning, no one dared to fight against the Heaven Demonic Emperor. Now, everyone was attacking. It was not normal to think about it. "Kid." Gu Tianqing asked, "What does the Jun Alliance mean?" "Uncle, the Jun Alliance was established by me. Its purpose is to fight against the Heaven Demonic Emperor and save the world," Jun Changshao said. Gu Tianqing was speechless. "Don't add to the trouble. I'm serious." Jun Changshao's expression turned serious. Gu Tianqing looked at him and asked, "Are you confident that you can fight against the Heaven Demonic Emperor?" "I'm not," Jun Changshao said frankly. However, after a pause, he stood up and said, "One person's strength is not enough. I can gather the strength of a group of people. I don't believe that the Heaven Demonic Emperor can cover the sky with one hand." "Child," Gu Tianqing said, "some things are not as simple as you think. It's better to give up on unrealistic thoughts and focus more on cultivation." "Uncle, you don't believe me?" "Yes." Jun Changshao was very hurt in his heart. "Uncle, although I don't have the strength to fight against the Heaven Demonic Emperor now, as the saying goes, don't bully the young for being poor. As long as you give me a few decades. No, just a few years, I will definitely lead everyone to defeat evil and change the upper universe for a bright universe." Jun Changshao said seriously. Gu Tianqing shook his head and said, "If you want to establish an alliance, you must first have a base. Don't tell me you want the members to hide with you." "I have a base," Jun Changshao said. The corner of Gu Tianqing's mouth twitched. "Don't tell me it's the Eternal Ship." Jun Patriarch. Vice Leader Peng said, "According to the information I recently obtained, the forces of the anti-Heaven Demonic Emperors all have their bases in first-class planes. Not only are there many experts there, but there are also vast natural resources. What about you? Relying on a warship to fight a guerrilla war against the Heaven Demonic Emperor?" The two of them were not mocking Jun Changshao, nor were they deliberately attacking him. Instead, they wanted him to understand that establishing an alliance was not something that could be done just by opening and closing one's mouth. Troops, bases, and resources. Not a single one could be left out. Sigh. Jun Changshao shrugged and said, "I originally wanted to communicate with you as an ordinary person, but what I got in return was doubts. I'll stop pretending. I'm the master of a realm. I'll lay all my cards on the table." Gu Tianqing, Vice Leader Peng, and the others almost laughed out loud. Whoosh! Whoosh! The scene changed, and the leader of the League of Stars and Seas appeared out of thin air in a world with rich natural attributes and beautiful scenery. A cool breeze blew gently, mixed with the fragrance of fragrant grass and herbs, making one feel refreshed. This, Gu Tianqing and the others were stunned. Everyone. Jun Changshao stood at the top of the mountain and said, "Welcome to the eternal world. Welcome to my world. Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome." The people of various clans, led by the disciples of the sect of all times, gathered in this area. Their voices were so loud that it could break the sky and shake the space. Gu Tianqing, vice leader Peng, and the others had been through a lot, but they suddenly found that they were all warriors with good cultivation in their field of vision. Their expressions suddenly froze on the spot. Chapter 1857. Ha! Ha! Hey! In the barracks outside Ironbone City, millions of soldiers were training. With each standard movement, a voice that could shatter the heavens would be heard. These soldiers came from different races, including humans, Soul Clan, Devil Clan, and Thunder Rhombus Clan. Without exception, they were all carefully selected. Gu Tianqing sat on the stage, feeling more and more shocked. There were two things that shocked him. First, judging from the aura of these soldiers, they were not ordinary middle or upper-level truth-seeking realm. Second, the quality of their weapons and equipment was extraordinary. "Uncle," Jun Changshao said, "these are the elite soldiers in my world. Their cultivation is a bit low, but in a few years, they can all break through to the half-step divine mystery realm." Vice Leader Peng, who was sitting next to him, felt a bit dizzy. To become a high-level member of the League of Stars and Seas, they must have talent and strength. In the past, it took thousands of years to break through to the half-step truth-seeking realm from the half-step truth-seeking realm. It was unimaginable to break through in a few years. Of course. Jun Changshao added, the equipment will also be upgraded. At present, this batch of armor and weapons is outdated. The master of the forging hall is actively researching new products. Nephew, with this scale and formation, have you been preparing to fight against the Celestial Devil Emperor for a long time? Gu Tianqing asked. Not long. Jun Changshao said, it's just a recent idea. Go Sheng was not pretending. It was true that he had only recently decided to fight against the Celestial Devil Emperor. As for the many elites in the eternal world, it was also because, they could not let the people in the sect be idle. They had to make full use of their abilities. For example, Shui Rengue of the War Cavalry Hall now spent more time on the major races and used military skills to cultivate talents. And Fan Yezi. He was almost at the age of retirement. All kinds of armor and parts were given to him. He was busy every day, but he lived a fulfilling and happy life. To put it simply, the sect of all times was on the right track, and all the departments were operating in an orderly manner. Jun Changshao ordered the seniors and disciples to help the eternal world and the big clans when they were free, so that they could improve their realms faster. After all, the strength of the eternal world was equivalent to the strength of the sect of all times. Hoo. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the sky. Gu Tianqing and the others raised their heads and saw pitch-black mechas slowly flying over their heads. From time to time, they would form the word one in the sky, and from time to time, they would form the word person, giving off a technological vibe. This is... Gu Tianqing was stunned. From the expressions of Vice Alliance leader Peng and the others, it was clear that they had never seen such a high-tech product before. I'm the fourth-generation Diablo of the sect of all times. Jun Changshao said proudly. Of course, the fourth-generation Diablo was the latest product developed by the Taishan elders after Shao Tian killed the demon. Other than being smaller in size, the design was very similar. It was a pity. It was limited by the technology. The fourth-generation Diablo could only be regarded as a replica, and its performance was far inferior to Shao Tian's. The development of mecha required the world. A small step taken today would be a big step taken tomorrow after a long period of time. Uncle. Jun Changshao said again, the fourth generation Diablo's strength is comparable to the upper level of the truth-seeking realm. Gu Tianxing, Vice President Peng, and the others were shocked again. They swore that the mechas only made a rumbling sound when they flew over their heads, and there was no aura at all. How could it be comparable to the upper level of the truth-seeking realm? Boy! Gu Tianxing scolded, don't fool us with a pile of scrap metal. Do you want to have a fight? Okay. The League of Stars and Seas sent an upper level of the truth-seeking realm martial artist. However, after the fight began, he was beaten to the ground by the fourth generation Diablo. In the end, he could only howl, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Sigh. Jing Ji, who was in the cockpit, took off her helmet and shook her head. Although this fourth generation mecha is much stronger than the previous generation, it's still a far cry from my precious baby. An imitation will always be an imitation. Seeing that their member was beaten to the point of being unable to fight back, the upper echelons of the League of Stars and Seas were all dumbfounded. During the fight, there was no martial Dao aura at all. This big black guy was probably a monster. Actually, Jun Changshao said, this fourth generation Diablo is nothing. The Sect of all times has a mecha emperor that's as powerful as the Prophet realm. Uncle, are you interested in having a fight? Gu Tianxing said, then there's no need. Okay. Jun Changshao picked up the walkie-talkie and said coolly, come on out. As soon as he said that, another rumbling sound came. This time, Gu Tianxing and Deputy Leader Peng couldn't sit still anymore. They stood up and looked into the distance with shock in their eyes. From their field of vision, they could see steel warships gradually emerging from the mountains. 10. 20. 30, until 200 warships. That's not right. Jun Changshao only took 100 warships from the Celestial Demon Emperor. How could there be another 100 warships? Don't ask, just ask, whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Huge warships slowly flew over the drill ground. The scene that appeared once again deeply shocked the upper echelons of the League of Stars and Seas. The military parade lasted for a while. After the announcement, Jun Changshao stood up and said with a smile, Uncle, is the Sect of all times qualified to compete with the Celestial Demon Emperor? Gu Tianxing was silent for a while and said, not at the moment. Before entering the eternal world, he would definitely have said no. Now that he added, at the moment, it was enough to show that his attitude had changed. So. Jun Changshao said, I need time. I need the help of Uncle and the League of Stars and Seas. Gu Tianxing looked at him and asked in a dignified tone, what do you want to compete with the Celestial Demon Emperor? Well, Jun Changshao fell into silence. Deputy Leader Peng and the others looked at him and seemed to be waiting for his answer. This young man was extraordinary. If he could keep a low profile and develop and practice, he would definitely have a bright future. However, establishing an alliance to compete with the Celestial Demon Emperor was completely equivalent to gambling with his life. Son. Gu Tianxing walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Even if the sky falls down, there are tall people in front of you to hold it up. Why do you have to get involved? Swish. Jun Changshao stood up. He stepped on the chair with one foot, his left wrist resting on his leg in a thinking posture, and his right hand slowly picked up the microphone. The camera suddenly changed to a KTV style, and the lyrics slowly came out below. Then, he sang at the top of his voice, ah. As long as everyone gives a little love, the world will become a beautiful world. Goshen couldn't answer the question of why he competed with the Celestial Demon Emperor. He could only respond with a sincere and affectionate song. Ah ah ah. Ah ah ah. The high notes gradually turned into low notes and slowly disappeared. Uncle. Jun Changshao turned around and said, now you can understand what I mean. He gradually closed his mouth because Gu Tianxing, who was standing behind him, was lying on the ground in a V shape, bleeding from his 7 orifices and foaming at the mouth. The camera zoomed out. Deputy Leader Peng and the others on the general appointment platform and millions of soldiers on the drill ground were all lying on the ground. Sigh. Jun Changshao squatted down and put his hand on Uncle Gu's face so that he could close his eyes when he fainted. Then he squatted on the ground and held his head. How come nothing happened when I sang the Purple Golden Hammer? The system said, I don't know about that. Chapter 1858. The song, Devotion of Love, shocked Gu Tianqing and the others. They vomited blood and fainted. It told them that as long as Jun Changshao sang with his heart, he would be able to sing with his heart. If that was the case, there was no need to establish the Jun Alliance or develop a sect. He could just sing a song to the Celestial Devil Emperor through a loudspeaker. That would be the end of the story. Sorry. That was a serious and rigorous novel. Unorthodox methods would not work at all. Puff. The next day, Gu Tianqing recalled the soul-stirring song and couldn't help but spit out white foam again. So did Vice Leader Peng and the others. It would take time for them to recover from the damage to their souls. On the other hand, Li Qingyang and the others were quite normal. They had been deeply hurt and had learned to protect themselves. Uncle. Jun Changshao sat in the main hall and clasped his hands together. He said, Please join me in dedicating love to make the world a better place. He almost sang the last few words. Everyone was so shocked that their heads almost exploded. Nephew. Gu Tianqing said with a serious face, fighting against the Celestial Devil Emperor is a difficult task. Are you sure you want to do this? Yes, yes and yes. Jun Changshao answered seriously. Because he had beaten Ling Li in the galaxy competition and was almost killed by the clone of the Celestial Devil Emperor, Go Shing knew that he would have to fight to the death with this ambitious hero. Okay. Gu Tianqing said, the League of Stars and Seas is willing to help Alliance Leader Jun. He didn't call him kid or patriarch. Instead, he called him Alliance Leader. It meant that he was willing to join the Jun Alliance and fight against the Celestial Devil Emperor. Jun Changshao smiled brightly. The Jun Alliance, which was established on a whim, welcomed its first batch of members today. However, Gu Tianqing was confused. He asked, what's going on in this world? He was shocked by the millions of well-equipped soldiers, the countless mechas and battleships, and the eternal world. He was especially puzzled by how he had suddenly entered the eternal world when he was just relaxing his soul. Since Go Sheng had agreed to join the Jun Alliance, there was no need for him to hide the truth any longer. What? Upon hearing this, Gu Tianqing stood up and exclaimed, this is the Shenyuan realm? Yes. Unbelievable. Gu Tianqing said in disbelief, unbelievable. Jun Changshao said, before Senior Gu Shenyuan died, he used his divine ability to turn the Shenyuan realm into a grain of sand. I inherited it by chance. Gu Tianqing calmed down and said, Shenyuan realm was destroyed by the heavenly demon monarch. So, Jun Changshao's gaze was cold and stern as he said, now that I have inherited the Shenyuan realm, I will fight him to the death. Hearing this, Gu Tianqing understood. The so-called dedication of love and making the world a better place were all nonsense. The real reason was that he had inherited Gu Xuanyuan's realm and his hatred. Have you inherited Senior Gu's Shenyuan divine sword? Gu Tianqing asked. Shenyuan divine sword? Jun Changshao suddenly remembered that Gu Shenyuan had given a sword to a child before he died and then sent him away. He shook his head and said, no. What a pity. Gu Tianqing said, the Shenyuan divine sword is the most powerful sword in the upper universe. If you can get it, you will be like a tiger that has grown wings. He had a rough understanding of Gu Shenyuan. Not only was his cultivation unfathomable, even his sword was a top-level divine weapon. Jun Changshao agreed. When he watched the remaining memory, the power of Senior Gu's sword was extremely terrifying. Countless subordinates of the heavenly demon monarch died under the sword. Unfortunately, they were taken away by the child. Was he still alive? Where was the sword? Nephew. Gu Tianqing said, since you have inherited the Xianyuan realm, you should focus on your cultivation instead of fighting the heavenly demon monarch in a hurry. Of course I want to. Jun Changshao said bitterly, but I'm already at odds with that guy. I might not have the time to grow. Are you planning to fight the heavenly demon monarch with the Xianyuan realm as your base? Although the inner realm is strong as a whole, we don't have enough top-level experts. That's why we need to recruit more and gather more forces. Jun Changshao said, Uncle, you're considered someone important in the Ashen Cloud faction. Can you recruit them and let them become members of the Jun Alliance? Gu Tianqing's lips twitched. So, it was not enough for him to join the Jun Alliance. He still had to help him recruit people. All right. Gu Tianqing agreed. Since he was already on this ship, he would not jump off halfway. He could only do his best to help him strengthen the Jun Alliance. In fact, as the major factions entered the scene, the situation of the universe would change. If Jun Changshao did not recruit him, he would be recruited by someone else sooner or later. The heavenly demon monarch was their common enemy. He had to gather everyone's strength. Thank you, Uncle. To welcome the League of Stars and Seas, Jun Changshao ordered Lu Wanshi to prepare a sumptuous meal. They ate until their souls floated and their states of mind were sublimated. Since you've taken a gift from someone, you'll have to hand over it. Gu Tianqing quickly took action. He led Vice Alliance leader Peng and the others out of the Crossing Heaven realm and began to persuade the experts of various realms. As a well-known figure in the Ashen Cloud faction, the alliance leader of the League of Stars and Seas was more important than the patriarch of the sect of all times. Moreover, Gu Tianqing was a good person. So, in a short time, many warriors expressed their willingness to join the Jun Alliance to fight the heavenly demon monarch. However, the Ashen Cloud faction was not the most outstanding galaxy in the upper universe. Although they had recruited many experts, their overall strength was at the peak of the truth-seeking realm or the half-step realm. There were only 2 people at the divine secret realm. Uncle. Jun Changshao said, we lack top-level experts. The upper echelons and disciples of the sect could be qualified for the truth-seeking realm and the half-step realm. What he needed now was those at the divine secret realm. At least when facing the heavenly demon monarch's army, they would not be at a disadvantage in terms of numbers and momentum. I want to find one too, but I can't find one. Gu Tianqing expressed his helplessness. How about? After a pause, he said, let's go to the ruins of End Sword Saint. Jun Changshao thought for a while and said, that's the only way. When he was escaping, he had planned to go to the ruins of End World, but he was afraid that it would be troublesome, so he gave up the idea. Now, he could not care less. After all, it was related to the upper universe. No one could stay out of it. Wuxia Eternal cut through the void and flew toward the ruins of End World. As soon as Jun Changshao took action, a group of experts with the words, Night King, engraved on their chests appeared. They stopped in the universe and chased after them after a certain method. Kid. In the Tianyuan prison pagoda, Feng Wanli said casually, I've roughly guessed your identity. If you don't want to make things too ugly, you'd better let us go. Oh. Jun Changshao asked curiously, what's my identity? Only the ruins of End Sword Saint has special swords and sword auras in the Grey Cloud branch. You must be related, said Feng Wanli. Jun Changshao said, that's right. I'm close to the ruins of End Sword Saint. Since he thought so, then he would satisfy him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dozens of black shadows flew at high speed. The leader of the group determined from the flight path of Eternal and said solemnly, are we going to the ruins of End World? Could Guardian Feng and the others have been captured by the ruins of N Sword Saint? The Night King ordered Guardian Feng to rope in Jian Guishu, but there's no news now. They might have clashed with him, someone analyzed. Let's go. Find the ruins of N Sword Saint. Whoosh! Whoosh! Everyone sped up. After they left for a while, the Sky Devil Emperor's battleships gradually appeared. The captain sitting in the main warship said with a cold gaze, "Could it be that the eternal sect that has repeatedly opposed us has the backing of the ruins of N Sword Sage?" Headquarters sent news that the ruins of N Sword Saint established an organization called the Sword Alliance. The Sect of all times should be one of them. Humph. The captain sneered and said, "Our emperor treated that old man with courtesy on account of him being a legend of the Tsanyan lineage. However, he didn't know what was good for him and dared to oppose us. Let the ruins of End World be reduced to ashes." If it was in the past, he wouldn't have dared to say this. However, the Sky Devil Emperor's general, King Gallo, had just defeated Jian Guishu not long ago. Jian Guishu should be injured. This was the best chance to eliminate him. Chapter 1859. Gu Tianqing knew where the ruins of End World was, so under his guidance, Eternal quickly arrived at the destination. What a powerful sword aura! Before entering this plane, Jun Changshao could already feel the rich sword aura, and his admiration for the ruins of End Sword Saint increased. Especially when he thought of his disciple, Zhou Hong, who had been cultivating with him for 2 years, he wondered what he had achieved now. Whoosh! Eternal passed through the spatial barrier and entered the ruins of End World. Perhaps because the Sword Saint lived in seclusion, this plane's heaven and earth attributes were relatively weak, but its sword aura and sword intent were very strong. It could be called a holy land for sword cultivators. Whoosh! Whoosh! Eternal landed smoothly. However, as soon as Jun Changshao and the others walked out of the cabin door, thousands of sword cultivators had gathered around them. Judging from the eruption of sword aura, they were obviously not welcome. Everyone. Gu Tianqing cupped his hands and said, "I'm Gu Tianqing, the leader of the League of Stars and Seas. I'm here to visit Senior Sword Saint today." Ha ha ha. At that moment, a hearty laugh was heard. A middle-aged man who looked like a scholar walked over and stroked his goatee with his hand. He smiled and said, "What brings you here, Leader Gu?" This person's aura was thick, and it was obvious that he was not a simple person. Pei Song. Gu Tianqing was rather surprised. "Why are you in the ruins of End World?" "I'm indebted to Senior Sword Saint." The middle-aged man named Pei Song smiled and said, "I've been recruited as an elder of the Sword Alliance." Gu Tianqing only remembered that the Sword Alliance founded by the ruins of End Sword Saint had been defeated by the Celestial Demon Emperor's subordinate, the Gallo King. It was over. There was no chance of recruitment. If the ruins of End Sword had not joined the organization, there might still be some hope, but now there was no hope at all. This is... Pei Song looked at Jun Changshao. Because they knew each other, his tone was gentler. The Sword Alliance disciples withdrew their sword auras, and the atmosphere gradually eased. Eternal, just as Gu Tianqing was about to introduce him, Jun Changshao interrupted, the leader of the Jun Alliance, Jun Changshao. This time, he had come to pay a visit to the Sinkhole Sword Saint, not as the Patriarch, but as the Alliance leader. Although they were similar, there were still differences. Jun Alliance. Pei Song looked at Gu Tianqing as if he had understood something. "You want to recruit Senior Sword Sage?" "No." Jun Changshao said, "My disciple became a disciple of Senior Sword Saint mainly to pay him a visit." "Oh." Pei Song said in surprise, "You're the Patriarch of the Sect of all times." Senior Sword Saint's new disciple, Zhou Hong, came from a sect called the Sect of all times. He had long heard of it. That's true. Jun Changshao's words and actions were really asking for a beating. "I'm sorry." Pei Song said, Senior Sword Saint is in seclusion. Come visit another day. When Gu Tianqing heard that, he muttered in his heart, could it be that Senior Sword Saint was injured in the battle with the Sky Demonic Emperor's subordinates? Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, the sky distorted, and martial artists flew in one after another. Judging from their attire, they were obviously from the Night King Alliance. Pei Song's expression turned ugly. Although the Sinkhole realm was not a major realm, it was still guarded by Senior Sword Saint. It was not a place where just anyone could come in. Alliance leader Gu. Pei Song said with a straight face, your people. I don't know them. Gu Tianqing said. He did not know them, but Jun Changshao naturally knew them. He thought to himself, why are the Night King Alliance people here again? As expected. A gray-haired old man among the martial artists who appeared locked his eyes on Eternal and said with a cold gaze, this kid is related to the Sinkhole Sword Saint. Sword Sinkhole. You're a little disloyal. Jun Changshao suddenly realized that the Night King Alliance had really tied him to the Sinkhole Sword Saint, so he angrily rebuked, this is Senior Sword Saint's place of cultivation. Don't bark. Kenzie bark. It meant barking like a dog. When the pale old man heard that, he was unable to restrain his anger. Our Night King Alliance respects the Sinkhole Sword Saint as a senior, but your people kidnapped our alliance members. Is this what a man should do? Bullshit. Jun Changshao roared, you were the ones who attacked me first. Don't accuse me first. Gu Tianqing broke down. Why is he shouting so loudly? Can't his attitude be a little better? Kid. The Night King Alliance expert said coldly, it's not your turn to speak here. Hurry up and get Sword Sinkhole to come out. This old man wants to reason with him. I'm sorry. Pei Song said, Senior Sword Saint is in seclusion. It's not convenient for him to meet guests. Please leave the Sinkhole realm quickly. He was considered to have a good temper. If it were someone with a bad temper, they would definitely not be able to tolerate someone shouting here, especially the patriarch of the sect of all times. His voice was like a megaphone. So, the Night King Alliance expert said coldly, is Sword Sinkhole going to be unreasonable and protect his subordinate? Fuck. Who was being unreasonable? Pei Song looked gentle, but that did not mean he did not have a temper. He pointed at the Night King Alliance expert and said, please watch your words. This old man hates being pointed at the most. So what if I do? Come up. Come down. Both of them were angry. Their faces and noses were about to collide. Calm down, both of you. We're all martial artists. We see each other all the time. There's no need to make things so ugly. Bear with it for a while and calm the waves. Take a step back and you'll see the world. Jun Changshao pulled the Night King Alliance expert one moment, then the Sword Alliance elder the next. After going back and forth like this, he was sweating profusely. No. The system broke down, this started because of him. Why are we fighting now? Humph, the Night King Alliance expert suppressed his anger and waved his sleeves, this old man did not come here to fight. Quickly call the Sword Saint out. I already said that Senior Sword Saint is in seclusion. Pei Song said emotionlessly, come another day. The way I see it, he knows he's in the wrong and is too ashamed to come out. The Night King Alliance expert said. Old man. Pei Song raised his hand again. His scholarly demeanor was replaced by a societal one. He gritted his teeth and said, watch your words. Calm down, both of you. Jun Changshao came over to mediate again. It was as if he was a professional mediator. However, he did not know that the reason the two of them ended up like this was because of him. Whoosh! 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 Right at this moment, the space in the sky suddenly cracked. A gust of wind from the depths of the universe arrived. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Xiao! Xiao! Streaks of light flew over at an extremely fast speed. The Night King Alliance expert and Pei Song, who were about to fight, stopped and looked up with solemn gazes. At this moment, dozens of huge warships were floating in the sky of the ruins of End World. Jun Changxiao's gaze was solemn. From the shape of the warships, he immediately recognized that it was the demonic emperor's fleet. However, from the size and the energy radiance, it seemed to be much more advanced than the one he had stolen. I am the captain of the demonic emperor's sharp blade fleet. I'm here on orders to kill the patriarch of the sect of all times. A voice came from the main warship. Crack! Crack! At the same time, the bottom cabins of the dozens of warships opened. All sorts of fancy devices protruded out and began to gather special energy radiances. The Night King Alliance is here too. Great, then let's kill them all. Boom! 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 As soon as he said that, the cannonball-like devices in the bottom cabins of the warships fired at the same time. Streaks of light that looked like nuclear bombs flew over, drawing out a beautiful scene. Oh no! Jun Changxiao and Gu Tianqing's expressions changed. Ka! 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 Yi Xingqian, Xiao Ziji, and the others activated the text effect and stood in front of the patriarch to protect him. However, they knew better than anyone that the other party had suddenly attacked with such powerful firepower. This time, they were afraid, my domain. Don't be presumptuous. Suddenly, a sharp voice that seemed to split the sky came from behind. Before anyone could turn around, visible ripples of sword energy rippled across the entire plane. Bang! 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 In an instant, the cannonballs from the sky were all cut into pieces, creating a series of explosions that made everyone's eardrums buzz. Damn! Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. At this moment, gusts of wind blew, forcing him to turn his head stiffly. Thud! Thud! A plain-looking old man slowly walked out from the crowd, as if he was in slow motion. He placed his sword on the ground and stopped in front of everyone. His faded cloak fluttered in the wind, and two words could be vaguely seen engraved on its sword saint. His back. It deeply shocked Jun Changxiao. If one had to describe his momentum at this moment, it would be like the white-bearded old man who fought in the war. The difference was that one stood with a sword while the other stood with a sword. One was extremely burly while the other was extremely weak. Jun Changxiao secretly said, I'm definitely going to hug this thigh. He tue. The system spat out a mouthful of phlegm. Not only did it satisfy itself, but it also satisfied the reader. Chapter 1860. The ruins of End Sword Saint, who looked weak, stood in front of everyone, displaying the demeanor of a legend of the Blue Cloud lineage. While Jun Changxiao was shocked, he also decided to become friends with this senior despite their age difference. You're not injured. The Blade Warship's captain sounded surprised. According to the information sent by the higher-ups, the ruins of End Sword Saint was not only defeated by the Gallo King, but he was also heavily injured. Why did he look fine now? This point. Pei Song was also puzzled. After the Sword Saint returned, his face was pale. It was obvious that he was heavily injured. He then gave a few simple instructions and went into seclusion. Although I'm injured. The ruins of End Sword Saint's hands were still on his sword. He said calmly, but I can still deal with you small fries. His voice was calm, and his sword aura was strong. Senior, you're awesome. Jun Changxiao took advantage of the opportunity and said. The ruins of End Sword Saint said, you're the patriarch of my disciple, Zhou Hong. Whoosh! Jun Changxiao cupped his fists and said loudly, patriarch of the sect of all times and alliance leader Jun Changshao greets senior sword saint. No matter what, he was still a junior. There was nothing wrong with using the word greet. The ruins of End Sword Saint nodded and praised, "You're leading a sect at such a young age. You're indeed a young hero. Senior, you're too kind." It had to be said that Jun Changshao was very humble when he was being humble. On the contrary, he was very high profile when he was being high profile. He was even beyond the category of human. "Jun Patriarch, why did you come to the ruins of End Realm from so far away?" The ruins of End Sword had a legendary aura around him. This made Jun Changshao even more impressed, so he went straight to the point without beating around the bush. "The Sky Devil Emperor is a scourge of the universe. Senior, please join my Jun alliance and work together to eradicate evil and protect the world's peace." His words were spoken clearly and forcefully. Gu Tianqing was speechless. This guy was still trying to recruit him when the enemy was right in front of them. Jun Patriarch is right. The ruins of End Sword Saint agreed. Everyone knows that the Sky Devil Emperor wants to destroy the upper universe. We have to work together to fight against him. Only then can we maintain the world's peace. Jun Changshao was overjoyed. A legend was indeed a legend. He was not careless in the face of major issues. "Since that's the case," the ruins of End Sword Saint continued, "Jun Patriarch, why don't you bring your disciples into my sword alliance?" Jun Changshao was dumbfounded. "I'm here to recruit you, not be recruited by you. The two of you." At this moment, the captain of the Blade ship interrupted their conversation and said coldly, "You are talking and laughing here. Are you looking down on me?" "Humph." Jun Changshao sneered and said, "Senior, leave this group of small fries to me. Please step back." "All right." Jian Guishu quickly took a few steps back and gave him the stage to show off. Jun Changshao was dumbfounded. "I was just joking around. Why did he really back off?" There was no other way. Since he had already said that, he could only bite the bullet and walk forward to confront the dozens of battleships. Forget it. Since he wanted to recruit such a legend powerhouse, he had to impress him with his strength. "Get out of the way." Jun Changshao roared, "I'm going to get serious." Gu Tianqing and the others hurriedly stepped aside. At this moment, if the ruins of End Realm was compared to a stage to show off, then Jun Changshao alone facing dozens of high-specification battleships presented a very spectacular scene. Whoosh! A pocket-sized saber appeared between his fingers. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jun Changshao's black hair fluttered in the wind, revealing his knife-like face. "A saber cultivator?" The ruins of End Sword Saint said. As a veteran powerhouse, he had a knack for judging people. However, when he looked at Jun Changshao, other than being a little annoying and a little despicable, he could not see anything else about him. Jian Guishu did not think that this person was a despicable person to the bone. He must be different, but he hit it better than others. Crack! Crack! At the bottom of the dozens of battleships gathered in the sky, many cannon-like objects protruded again. They locked onto Jun Changshao, and the heaven and earth attribute kept gathering at the muzzles. It was not the first time that Jun Changshao had fought with the demonic emperor's fleet. Most of the time, he sent a large number of subordinates. Now that the muzzles and cannons were coming out frequently, it felt like a bomber. In fact, the battleships they had encountered before were regular combat forces, but this sharp blade fleet was an elite force. They did not bring many soldiers, but they were strong in that they had many cannons powered by special arrays, and their main purpose was to destroy. Go against the Emperor. The captain's cold voice rang out. All of you must die. Hum. Hum. In an instant, the muzzles of the dozens of battleships flashed, and the heaven and earth attribute around them were instantly drawn over. Beep. Beep. The density of the heaven and earth attribute marked on the star map of Eternal instantly dropped to 0. In fact, it could be seen with the naked eye that the heaven and earth attribute around them seemed to have dried up because of the crazy absorption. Whoosh! 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 The light gathered at the muzzles became brighter and brighter, and extremely powerful energy ripples burst out. Everyone's expression gradually turned solemn, and beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Dazzling streams of light gathered at the bottom of the dozens of battleships, which brought about a huge threat to them. They could even foresee that an even more terrifying stream of light cannons bombarding them was about to happen. "Nephew," Gu Tianqing called out, but when he saw Jun Changshao standing proudly in front of him, exuding an unyielding aura, he finally swallowed his words. His intuition told him that since he dared to face so many battleships, he must have absolute confidence. "Uncle. Senior Sword Sage. Everyone present." Jun Changshao turned his head and said, "This Jun doesn't have any grand ambitions in his life. I don't want to be a hero. I just want to run the sect in a stable manner. I want to give my disciples a home to cultivate." "Don't laugh." Go Sheng had always thought so. However, Jun Changshao's expression suddenly became serious, and he said clearly, "Everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the universe. Today, the celestial demon emperor is harming the common people. As one of them, Jun should shed his blood for this world. Even if I die, I will not let this world down." Hearing this, the ruins of N Sword Sage's eyes flashed with approval. "Then you can die together with the world," the captain of the Blade warship said coldly. Boom! 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 In an instant, the cannons in the various battleships shot out energy that had been ready for a long time, and the energy that shook space roared out. From Jun Changshao's perspective, in the sky ahead, streams of light that resembled intercontinental missiles pressed down from different angles, carrying the power of heaven and earth, instantly squeezing and tearing everything apart. Everyone turned pale with fright. What level of array did these battleships gather to be able to erupt with such terrifying energy? Far from it. Inside the Eternal, the Taishian elder held his head and said, "Our skills are far inferior compared to them." Unlike this technical geek, the upper echelons and disciples of the sect were worried about the patriarch, because the streams of light that could tear everything apart were locked onto him. If it exploded, it would definitely be unimaginable. Patriarch. Lu Wanshi and Yao Menjing's eyes turned red. The two of them silently took out their mourning clothes and waited for the bombs to explode on the spot. Clang, however, the moment the streams of light that resembled missiles blasted in a gorgeous manner, the sound of a sword being drawn suddenly rang out, suppressing the whistling sound of the streams of light tearing through space. It was so crisp, so ethereal. Huff. 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 A vast sword aura gushed out crazily like a tide. The ruins of N Sword Sage looked at Jun Changshao with a dumbfounded expression, looking at the pocket-sized broken sword that was gradually evolving into a huge broken sword. Swish. Swish. At the same time, attributes similar to red flames shrouded Jun Changshao's body. His eyes gradually sharpened, and the words king and tyrant were engraved on his face. He suddenly raised his sword and said, "The day the broken sword reappears, the time when the tyrant king returns." Aura, special effects. They were rendered to the extreme. The streams of light that came from all directions seemed to be restrained by some kind of force and suddenly slowed down. The heaven and earth attributes of the converging warheads were also greatly weakened. If the current area was described as a balloon that had been sucked dry, at this moment, as the attributes continued to return, it began to expand until it returned to its original saturated state. What was the reason? It was because the fifth form of the hard-to-retract blade was unsealed. Was it just to control the cannonballs? No. The show had just begun. Jun Changshao, who was shrouded in red light, waved his arm, and the huge broken sword slashed from bottom to top. Boom! 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 Wherever the sword aura and sword momentum passed, the frozen cannonballs exploded. The entire sky was as beautiful as firecrackers and fireworks during a festival. How is this possible? In the main battleship, the captain stood up in shock. Then, he turned his head stiffly and saw Jun Changshao, who was shrouded in red flames outside the window, gently carrying the huge sword on his shoulder. Beep! 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 The alarm sounded in the cockpit, and the star map and various data suddenly went out. Captain! The crew member said in horror, the sharp blade's driving system is paralyzed. He stopped abruptly because he saw a vertical crack appear on the captain's forehead, and then, it spread down the captain's nose. It cracked. The captain cracked. Bam! At this moment, the captain of the sharp blade exploded, and his flesh and blood splattered on the wall. As he died, the cracks continued to spread on the ground of the battleship, like a cucumber that had been cut open from the front. From this, it could be seen that the internal program of the battleship had been paralyzed. It had been cut by Jun Changshao, and it had coincidentally passed through the captain's body. Boom! Boom! 2 parts of the battleship fell to the ground. Perhaps because of the material and the speed of the cut, it did not cause a huge explosion. Thank goodness. The Taishian elder said in relief. Whoosh! Whoosh! It was at this moment that Jun Changshao, who was holding the 5th form of hard to retract, turned into a sky full of afterimages, and flew here and there until he stood in the sky with his sword horizontally. Behind him, the warships collapsed and slowly fell down. At this point, the dozens of bombardment battleships were all destroyed. Seeing this, the Taishian elder clutched his chest and howled in his heart, not a single intact battleship is left for me. The saddest one was Jingjiu. Previously, she had controlled Xiaotian to destroy a few battleships and was sent to clean the toilets. Now, the patriarch had destroyed even more advanced battleships. This, what should she say? The Sect Master wanted to shock the ruins of the End and the Night King alliance. That's why he used such a tyrannical method to destroy all the warships, young Master Yuan said with deep respect. Hall Master Z clenched his fists. I'm also destroying my clothes to shock the enemy. I don't expect to be admired, but don't punish me afterward. The ultimate world. The sword aura raged wildly. Jun Changshao stood in the sky like a god, his domineering aura filling the world. In fact, he had unsealed once before and sent the top-level Feng Wanli to the Tianyuan prison pagoda. He should have seen the special effects and aura, but why did it seem more shocking this time? It was simple. There was an audience present. As the saying goes, not returning to one's hometown is like walking in the night. Without a bystander, even if the upper universe was cut down, the atmosphere would not be expressed. Jun Changshao destroyed the entire fleet with lightning speed, which really shocked Gu Tianqing and the others. Although they did not want to overdo it, at this moment, everyone's evaluation of Go Sheng was really terrifying. Especially the Sword Saint of the Ultimate. His turbid eyes were filled with shock, and his skinny fingers were trembling uncontrollably. Destroying the enemy with the sword. The Sword Saint was so shocked that his hands were trembling. If it was anyone else, it would be enough to brag about for a lifetime. Senior. Jun Changshao retracted his sword and cupped his fists. I've embarrassed myself. Everyone's mouth twitched. Destroying so many battleships in such a short time, you are not just making a fool of yourself, you are making an eye-popping spectacle. Humph. The Night King Alliance expert said coldly, let's go. Jun Changshao's display of strength terrified him, so he did not care about settling the score. He had to leave the ultimate world as soon as possible. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Night King Alliance experts left one after another. However, when they entered the spatial barrier, they heard Jun Changshao say, "Go back and tell your Night King that if you want to destroy the Celestial Demonic Emperor, joining the Night King Alliance is the right way." TSK, the Night King Alliance expert sneered, then ran faster than the other, afraid that they would be cut down by that guy if they were too slow. In the bamboo forest, Zhou Hong stood in front of his fellow sect members, a rare smile on his face. He had been cultivating in the ultimate world for 2 years, and he missed his sect. Now that his fellow sect members were here, he was naturally happy. Junior brother Zhou. Su Xiaomo sat next to him and smiled. "How's your sword, Dao?" "Not bad," Zhou Hong said. Su Xiaomo stood up and patted his butt. "How about we spar?" "Let's not." Zhou Hong said, "I'm afraid you'll be shocked." "Aya." Su Xiaomo said, "He's a little arrogant." "If you don't like him, then spar with him," Yi Xingchen instigated. Su Xiaomo smiled awkwardly. "I don't have time to spar." "Junior brother Yi, you can try if you want." Among the core disciples of the sect of all times, Zhou Hong did not have much screen time, but he specialized in the sword Dao and always gave people an unfathomable feeling. So, if they really spar, he did not have much confidence. "Not interested," Yi Xingchen said lightly. Everyone laughed. Junior brother Ye's not interested actually meant that he was not confident. That's strange. Su Xiaomo looked at the bamboo house in the distance and changed the topic. "Patriarch has gone in for 2 hours. Why hasn't he come out yet?" "Maybe he's talking about the sword Dao with Senior Sword Saint," Li Qingyang said. In the bamboo house, the layout was simple and unadorned. Jun Changshao sat cross-legged in front of the table and took a sip of tea. He praised, "Not bad. Jun Patriarch." Jian Guishu sat beside him and filled his cup again. A legendary sword saint of a generation actually took the initiative to pour tea for a junior. If this spread, it would definitely shock the entire Ashen Cloud faculty. "Senior," Jun Changshao said bitterly, "I've already drunk dozens of cups. Can we get to the point?" "Okay." Jian Guishu put down the teapot and looked over with a serious expression. "May I ask who Jun Patriarch's master is?" Jun Changshao's strong performance back then was just watching for fun to outsiders, but to an expert like him, it was definitely watching the door. After a moment of silence, Jun Changshao said, "The 7 Profound Sage." "What?" The Guishu Sword Saint stood up and exclaimed, "Jun Patriarch's master is a martial arts legend?" "That's right." Jun Changshao's expression showed that he wanted to hide it but could not. In short, he was very conflicted and uncomfortable. The Guishu Sword Saint's expression changed again and again. As a legendary expert, his ability to control his emotions should be very strong, but at this moment, his heartbeat was accelerating and his breathing was rapid. The 7 Profound Sage. That was an existence that was regarded as a martial arts legend by the beings of the upper universe. Jun Patriarch. Jian Guishu calmed down and said with a trembling voice, "Your broken sword is, the 7 Profound Sage Sword." Jun Changshao made up a name. Jian Guishu immediately deduced from the word 7 Profound, that this must be the sword of a martial arts legend, so he said excitedly, "Since Jun Patriarch can inherit Senior 7 Profound Sword, he can definitely inherit." After a pause, he said, "Xianyuan Divine Sword." Chapter 1861. The Xianyuan Divine Sword. Upon hearing these words, Jun Changshao immediately recalled the scenes he had seen in the illusion. Before Gu Xianyuan died, he had given the sword he had used to kill his enemies to a child. Wait a moment. Jun Changshao immediately grasped the crux of the matter. He shot to his feet and exclaimed, "Senior, could you be the child Gu Xianyuan gave away back then?" Sword Saint. And the Xianyuan Divine Sword. Just a little thought and he would understand. You, Jian Guishu's hands trembled. How do you know that child? From his expression and actions, he seemed to be in great disbelief and excitement. Because this junior once unintentionally entered an illusory realm and personally witnessed the scene of Senior Gu resisting the heavenly devil emperor until his death, Jun Chang said with a smile. Jian Guishu's hands trembled even faster. Divination. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky and said, "You were right. This old man really can meet the fated one in this lifetime." Divination? What did this have to do with him? Jun Changshao was confused. Jun Patriarch. Jian Guishu stood up and said, "Please come with this old man." The two left the bamboo hut and stopped in front of a stone wall in the back of the mountain. Boom! Jian Guishu placed his hand on an inconspicuous groove. A stone door slowly opened, and a historical aura blew in. "Please." Jun Changshao entered, puzzled. Behind the door was a passageway that was not too narrow. Judging from the dull surface of the walls on both sides, it was probably man-made and even had some history. The passageway was parallel at first, but it gradually sloped downward. The two walked for an unknown period of time before finally entering a spacious cave. There were 8 large pillars in the cave that served as support points. Lifelike wyverns and beasts were carved on them. There was a stone platform in the center. 2 statues were erected on the platform, a little girl hugging a sword and a black-robed middle-aged man guarding her. Jun Changxiao's expression was solemn. Wasn't that middle-aged man guarding the child the Sword Saint of Guishu? And that sword he was hugging. Jun Changxiao could no longer suppress his emotions. He blurted out, "Senior Gu's Xianyuan Divine Sword. Not bad." The ruins of Sinkhole Sword Saint said seriously. In other words, Jun Changxiao said with a frown, "The little girl you're protecting is the person Senior Gu sent out." Not bad. Jun Changxiao was silent. Before inheriting the Xianyuan realm, he had only known that the one who had been sent out was a child. However, he had never been able to tell the gender of the child. Now, he had finally found out that it was a girl. "Where is she?" "Let's go." "Where did you go?" "I've searched all over the upper universe, but I haven't found any news." At this point, a pained expression appeared on Jian Guishu's face, as if he was deeply blaming himself for not being able to protect that child. "What is your relationship with Senior Gu?" Jun Changxiao asked. "A teacher and a friend." Memories of the past gradually surfaced in Jian Guishu's eyes, and his thoughts gradually drifted to the youth that he had once lost. "Senior." Jun Changxiao interrupted, "Where's the Xianyuan Divine Sword?" "AI." Jian Guishu sighed. "It's a long story." "Then let's put it simply," Jun Changxiao said, "I've just destroyed the demonic emperor's fleet. Time doesn't allow you to play with memories." The system was speechless. He wasted such a good opportunity. There was a hidden chamber in the cave. When Jun Changxiao walked in, the first thing he saw was a simple and unadorned sword hanging on the wall. "Jun Patriarch." Jian Guishu said, "This is the Xianyuan Divine Sword." Jun Changxiao's expression was solemn. The sword hung on the wall. It looked simple and unadorned, but the aura it exuded was enough to move people. It even evoked the scenes they had seen in the illusion, where they saw the man who fought against an army of thousands of men and horses by himself. "Can I take it?" "Yes." Jian Guishu added, "This sword was prepared for the fated one." Whoosh! Jun Changxiao strode forward. As he got closer and closer to the Xianyuan Divine Sword, he felt an even more shocking aura. Go Sheng was usually very playful, but today, he was especially serious. He even had a heart of admiration. Jian Guishu, who was standing behind him, also became more and more excited. He was younger than Gu Xianyuan in terms of seniority. In that era, he was definitely a little fan. Even though he had the title of Sword Saint now, he had been guided by the other party. Therefore, he had always guarded this sword, waiting for the fated one to inherit it. The only pain was the disciples who did not protect Gu Xianyuan well were still alive. Bang! While Jian Guishu was thinking, Jun Changshao was bounced back and slammed into the wall. His raised hand trembled violently as if it had been electrocuted. Seeing this, Jian Guishu's heart sank. Jun Patriarch went to touch it and was bounced away. This meant that there was no fate. Jun Patriarch. Jian Guishu said bitterly, "It seems that you are not the person the Xianyuan divine sword is waiting for. Let me try again." Jun Changshao did not intend to give up. He walked toward the Xianyuan divine sword, but just as he reached out to touch it, he was sent flying like an electric shock. Sigh. Jian Guishu looked up at the sky and sighed. After waiting for countless years, he thought that he had finally met the fated one. In the end, reality gave him a ruthless blow. Uncomfortable. He wanted to cry. "I don't believe it." Jun Changshao rolled up his sleeves and rushed over again. The camera turned and saw Go Sheng lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Clearly, he was not fated with the Xianyuan divine sword. As for his sorry state, although it was partly because of the electric shock, it was more of the side effect of using the unstoppable blade. "Senior. What's the girl's name?" After a few days of recuperation, although Jun Changshao was very weak, he could speak. The Xianyuan divine sword was hidden in the secret chamber. Because he was not fated to obtain it, he began to ask about the girl holding the sword. He even wondered if she knew the secret of how to grasp it. Jian Guishu said, "The girl's name is Shi Jingxian." Pfft. Jun Changshao directly spat out all the tea in his mouth. Jian Guishu reached out to wipe the tea on his face and asked in confusion, "Jun Patriarch, what's wrong with you?" Ding! The system imitated the prompt and said, "Shi Jingxuan's side task has been triggered." "No, nothing." Jun Changshao gradually calmed down and said to himself, "It should be just the same name, right?" When Jian Guishu said the name, Go Sheng immediately thought of the palace master of Miaohua Palace, who was in charge of the sect in the eternal world. But Gu Xuanyuan's disciple had been sent out a long time ago. The age of the two did not match at all. Same name. It should be just the same name. The system said, "Does the host still remember that Gu Hongzhenren once said that Palace Master Shi is the child of the dimension?" "What do you mean?" "Gu Xianyuan should be regarded as the master of the Xianyuan realm. He even risked his life to protect it, and his disciple is." Think carefully, think carefully. Jun Changshao fell silent. "Do I need to think carefully? It's easy to figure it out with my toes." "What are you waiting for?" The system said, "Hurry back to the eternal world and bring Palace Master Shi out. Maybe then you can control the Xianyuan divine sword." Jun Changshao was speechless and said, "I'm not even in a hurry to become the emperor." "Why are you, a eunuch?" "I'm just worried about Palace Master Shi. Her interstellar travel with the host is almost like air." "Wait. Who are you calling a eunuch?" Chapter 1862. The creatures of the falling star continent had all moved into the eternal world, and the major sects had chosen their own mountains. The mountains were also divided into different grades and good ones. Some places had strong heaven and earth attributes, while others were relatively weak. Therefore, choosing a mountain was a big deal for future development. The sects that entered the eternal world did not have the right to choose, because the best feng shui places were usually distributed by the eternal sect. They could not occupy them as they wished. For example, the two areas closest to the Iron Bone Mountain had mountains and lakes. From the perspective of feng shui, it was definitely a first-class place for crouching dragons and crouching tigers. If it wasn't allocated, the major sects would definitely fight over it. Who would get such a good place in the end? Tsangshan Sect. Miaohua Palace. The major sects had no objection to this at all. The reason was simple. When the Sect of All Times developed in the Falling Star continent, it was in an alliance with the two major sections. Over the years, the senior positions in the Tsangshan Sect had changed a lot. The former elder Ma Yunteng became the new sect leader. Oh, no, Patriarch. The former fifth-class sect had become a second-class sect. Like the Tsangshan Sect, the Miaohua Palace's overall strength had increased rapidly after entering the Eternal World. It had become one of the top sects in the inner world. The two of them had improved so quickly because Jun Changshao had sent them elixirs, resources, and even talents. The Sect of All Times would open the mountain gate to recruit disciples every year, but only a small number of people could be accepted. Therefore, those who were eliminated would be recommended to the nearest Tsangshan Sect or Miaohua Palace. To put it bluntly, the Sect of All Times would choose the best. The Tsangshan Sect and Miaohua Palace would choose the second best. Those who were not chosen would depend on how the major sects fought over them. If a sect wanted to be strong and prosperous, the blood of the younger generation was indispensable. The two major sects were located in feng shui places, and they could choose talents with good aptitudes. Naturally, they would become stronger and stronger. It hadn't been long since they entered the Eternal World. As time passed, the Tsangshan Sect and Miaohua Palace would become stronger and stronger. There was no doubt that they would become the two strongest sects after the Sect of All Times. There's no Jun Patriarch. On the martial arts practice field, Ma Yunteng pointed to the Iron Bone Mountain in the distance and said loudly, "There's no Tsangshan Sect today, no flourishing world." When the disciples heard this, their eyes filled with admiration. "Patriarch," someone said, "can you tell us the story of Tsangshan Sect and the Sect of All Times?" The eyes of the disciples. Most of the disciples gathered at the martial arts practice field had just joined the sect a few years ago. Although they knew that the sect and the Eternal Sect had an alliance, they did not know much about the history of the sect. The camera slowly moved to the sky. When it landed again, the scene had already returned to a few decades ago, the scene of the recruitment of the numerous sects in Qingyang City. For Ma Yunteng, he could brag about meeting Jun Changshao for the rest of his life. Whoosh! Suddenly, a streamer flew over the Tsangshan Sect, interrupting Ma Yunteng's memory, and said happily, "Jun Patriarch." Yes. It was Jun Changshao. But he didn't come to the Tsangshan Sect. He just happened to pass by and went to the Miaohua Palace. Maybe he had something urgent and didn't have time to say hello to his old friend. It's really Jun Patriarch. Our God. The disciples of the Tsangshan Sect were so excited that they almost jumped up. All the creatures in the Eternal World had regarded Jun Changshao as a god. Patriarch. Wang Donglin, who had been promoted to First Elder, came out of the inner yard and asked in confusion, "Why is Jun Patriarch free to go to the Miaohua Palace today?" "It's a bit strange," Ma Yunteng said. Most of them who had been friends with the Sect of All Times in the early years knew that Jun Changshao and the master of the Miaohua Palace had a secret story, but they didn't seem to have much contact in recent years. The Miaohua Palace. It was surrounded by mountains and rivers. The environment was beautiful. Unlike the Tsangshan Sect, this sect had always insisted on the old way of only recruiting female disciples. The number of famous female disciples in the Sect of All Times could be counted with 10 fingers. But the Miaohua Palace was full of female disciples. Senior Brother Li, in an open space in the mountain, a beautiful girl said shyly, "Thank you. Our sects are allies. It's natural for us to help each other." Li Tian grinned. No. Why was this guy in the Miaohua Palace? However, when the camera panned to other areas, Yang Yuhua, Long Xiang, and the others were all instructing the girls in martial arts. Their attentiveness was no less than that of the sect elders teaching in the martial arts hall. On the contrary, not a single disciple of the sect of all times was seen in the Tsangshan sect. This was too realistic. Whoosh! Jun Changshao flew into the Miaohua Palace and landed on the training field. Oh no! Why is the patriarch here? Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, Li Tian and the others disappeared from the Miaohua Palace. Their movement techniques were superb. Jun Changshao stabilized himself and shook his head. Elder Wei, I don't forbid you from flirting. Why do you have to be so sneaky? Elder Wei, who was about to sneak away, smiled awkwardly. Jun Patriarch. Leng Xinyue walked out of the hall and rolled her eyes at the guy hiding in the dark. Then, she asked, what brings you to my Miaohua Palace? Jun Changshao asked, where's Palace Lord Shi? She's in seclusion. When will she be out? 3 to 5 months if she's fast. 3 to 5 years if she's slow. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. I have something important to do. Can I trouble you to inform her? There's no need to inform her. I'm already out. Suddenly, Shi Jingxuan's light voice came from the inner court. Leng Xinyue was speechless. The palace lord was in seclusion to improve her cultivation level. She even told everyone not to disturb her. However, when Jun Changshao came, she couldn't sit still. Sigh. My silly palace lord. He already has a wife. Why do you keep thinking about him? At this moment, Shi Jingxian walked out of the inner court. She was wearing a light yellow dress and had a bright smile on her fair face. All right. My palace lord has even changed her clothes. Jun Patriarch. Shi Jingxian smiled. What brings you here? I found a sword. It might be related to Palace Lord Shi's identity, Jun Changshao said with a serious expression. Identity? Shi Jingxuan's eyes were filled with astonishment. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the ruins of End World, Jun Changshao and Shi Jingxian appeared out of thin air. Gou Xing brought her out and paid attention to the changes in her expression. In the end, he didn't see anything. Jun Patriarch, where's the sword? Follow me. The two of them walked to the stone wall outside the bamboo forest and walked all the way to the secret chamber where the Xianyuan divine sword was hung. After carefully examining Shi Jingxian, the ruins of End Sword Sage shook his head. She doesn't look like her. He naturally knew that children's appearances would change when they reached adulthood. However, at least he could find similarities. The girl in front of him and Gu Xuanyuan's disciple were two completely different people. Palace Lord Shi. Jun Changshao pointed at the Xianyuan divine sword. Have you seen this before? No. Shi Jingxian shook her head. All right. Jun Changshao was speechless. As expected, it's just someone with the same name. In fact, Gou Xing already had a premonition when he brought Shi Jingxian to the secret chamber. This was because she didn't show any fluctuations in her emotions from beginning to end. There was still a blank look in her eyes. It was enough to show that everything here was very unfamiliar to her. Chapter 1863. Jun Changshao really wanted to obtain the Xianyuan sword. Not to mention how strong the weapon was, at least it could be considered as inheriting Gu Xuanyuan's will again. From the ruins of End Sword Saint, he found out that the girl's name was Shi Jingxian, which happened to have the same name as Palace Master Shi. In the end, he was overthinking it. Sigh. Jun Changshao thought to himself, how can there be so many coincidences in the world, and I just had to meet them all. The system took the opportunity to ridicule him. It's rare for the host to realize this. Jun Patriarch. Shi Jingxian took 2 steps forward and asked, is this the sword you're talking about? Yes. Can I take it down? Please don't, before Jun Changshao could finish his words, his eyes widened, because Shi Jingxian had already taken the Xianyuan sword in her hand and gently caressed the engraved lines on the scabbard. Actually, she took it down easily. This. The ruins of N Sword Saint was dumbfounded, and then he said with joy, she is the fated person that Senior Gu has been waiting for. Wei Buzi had once divined for him, saying that not long later, the Xianyuan sword would wait for the fated person. At first, he thought it was Jun Changshao, but now he knew that the fated person was her. Ha ha ha. Jian Guishu laughed out loud with tears in his eyes. Senior Gu, Jian Guishu, will not let you down. Back then, Gu Xianyuan had only entrusted his disciple to him, but he had willingly taken on the responsibility of guarding the Xianyuan sword. Today, the fated person had finally come, and he had fulfilled one of his wishes. Jun Changshao was also quite excited. Although the sword did not recognize him, it recognized Shi Jingxian. They were all good friends, so it didn't matter who it was given to. Jun Patriarch. Shi Jingxian caressed the Xianyuan sword lovingly as she asked weakly, "Can I draw the sword?" "Sure, do as you wish." Clang! Shi Jingxian placed one hand on the hilt of the sword and easily pulled it out of the scabbard. The sound echoed in the secret room. Jun Changshao didn't have time to look at the Xianyuan divine sword, because the moment it was unsheathed, a special sword momentum spread out from the gap, instantly enveloping Shi Jingxuan's body, and a painful expression appeared on her face. Not good. Jun Changshao saw that the situation was bad and reached out to grab Palace Master Shi. However, as soon as his 5 fingers touched the sword Qi, he felt as if he had been hit by a huge hammer. His entire body slammed into the wall with a bang. Boom! There was a powerful force in the sword force, and Jian Gui Su was unavoidably sent flying. He exclaimed, "This is Senior Gu's celestial dipper sword intent." "What do you mean?" Jun Changshao said as he suppressed the pain in his chest. Jian Guishu said, "Senior Gu is a dual cultivator of sword and martial arts. He created his own celestial dipper sword intent, and its sharpness is unparalleled in the upper universe. I never thought that such a supreme sword intent would be sealed in the Xianyuan divine sword. Get to the point." Jun Changshao wasn't interested in listening to the story. He was more concerned about Palace Master Shi's safety. Jian Guishu said, "This girl is inheriting Senior Gu's celestial dipper sword intent. Once she masters it, her attainments in swordsmanship will definitely improve by leaps and bounds, and the benefits will be even greater than if she had the Xianyuan divine sword." "I see." Jun Changshao relaxed slightly. It seemed that this was a great opportunity. If Palace Master Shi could inherit it, she should benefit greatly. Sigh. The system said, "The girl who is about to disappear in the long river of history is finally going to welcome a wave of epic-level strengthening. It's a pity that the eldest disciple is going further and further away. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Jun Changshao said. "To be honest, I'm actually the embodiment of justice for the readers. Because I exist in a different dimension, you can't see their complaints, so they can only use me to express it," the system said seriously. Scram. Doraemon said, "You're a eunuch. A guy who pretends to be a girl has the cheek to talk about me. He tue. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh." The sword momentum was released more and more intensely, and Shi Jingxuan's expression became more and more painful. Especially her black hair fluttering, satisfying the reader's wish of not giving a close-up of her hair. "Senior. Is she okay?" Jun Changshao was worried. Jian Guishu said solemnly, "Inheriting the celestial dipper sword intent is not only an opportunity for her, but also a crisis." Jun Changshao wanted to rush over and pull her out. He didn't dare to gamble. Whoosh! At this moment, a majestic wave of air erupted from Shi Jingxuan's body, and the gathered sword intent was pushed out, then formed a vortex and gathered in front of her, maintaining a safe distance. Without the disturbance of the sword intent, the pain on Shi Jingxuan's face gradually weakened. Before Jun Changshao could relax, he saw the woman's face turn from gentle to cold, and her clear eyes gradually became turbid and violent. This scene seemed familiar. Trouble. Jun Changshao exclaimed, Palace Master Shi's other personality has appeared again. Back in the Falling Star continent, Shi Jingxian was blind, and every time she was depressed, she would enter another personality. Later, she was cured by the vacuum cleaner, and so far, it had not recurred. No. Strictly speaking, it was to purify the special attribute that existed in her body. However, today, she inherited the celestial dipper sword intent and was actually stimulated again, and her violent appearance was no different from before, or even worse. Palace Master Shi, whoosh the blackened Shi Jingxian turned her face, and the Xianyuan divine sword, shrouded in light, cut through the void, and slashed over with the power to cut through space. In the bamboo forest, Li Qingyang and the others were watching Zhou Hong's sword dance, mesmerized. This guy. Yi Xingchen secretly rejoiced, fortunately, I didn't ask him to spar. Swordsmanship was different, and martial arts had extremely detailed divisions, so everyone could only judge how strong Zhou Hong's improvement was through the movement of the sword and the eruption of sword momentum. Boom! Suddenly, the mountain in the distance exploded. What's going on? Su Xiaomo was so shocked that he almost jumped up. He hurriedly turned his head and saw the patriarch stumbling in the distance, and from the situation, it seemed that he had been beaten up. Clang! Clang! In an instant, the nearby disciples of the sect of all times all drew their swords and stood on the left and right sides of the patriarch at lightning speed, staring angrily at the dust-filled area in front of them. Thud! Thud! A graceful figure walked out of the dust, wearing a pale yellow dress and fluffy hair. The sharp sword in her hand stuck close to the ground, drawing slender sword marks. Everyone looked and was shocked. Palace Master Shi. Goodbye. Excuse me. Whoosh. Whoosh. In an instant, the disciples gathered around Jun Changshao collectively disappeared, and even returned to the scene of admiring the sword, flowers, and bamboo forest, as if nothing had happened and they had not seen anything. Shi Jingxian lowered her head and walked with her sword. Palace Master Shi. Jun Changshao said loudly, It's me. It was fine if he did not speak, but the moment he spoke, the hostility in Shi Jingxuan's eyes intensified, and she raised her sword to attack. Swish! Swish! Intricate sword auras instantly rippled in the bamboo forest. At first, there was no problem, but when the two of them confronted each other, one attacking and one defending, the surrounding bamboos all broke instantly. Pfft! Jian Guishu, who walked out of the ruins, saw this and spat out a mouthful of blood. These bamboos were all very precious species, and they had been wholeheartedly cultivated. Now, they were all destroyed. Palace Master Shi. Jun Changshao said solemnly, Since you have lost your mind again, Jun can only offend you. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, an explosive aura erupted and spread out in all directions like a flood. Because the explosion was too fierce, everywhere it passed, no matter if it was the bamboo, bamboo roots, bamboo shoots, or bamboo leaves, everything was turned into powder. It was like a paradise, and it instantly became a barren land. Plop! Jian Guishu collapsed on the ground and said in despair, It's gone. It's all gone. Chapter 1864. Shi Jingxian went berserk. Jun Changshao had to stop her in time. Otherwise, this picturesque bamboo forest would suffer a calamity. If Jian Guishu knew what Go Sheng was thinking, he would definitely shout at him, I thank you. I thank you, the entire sect. Previous chapter next chapter, boom. Previous chapter next chapter, boom. In the ruins, sword qi crisscrossed. The dark Shi Jingxian held the Xianyuan divine sword and attacked crazily like a female devil. The evil aura that filled the air became more and more intense. If that was all, it wouldn't be too much of a problem. The key was that the evil aura was wrapped in a sharp sword aura, which was obviously the Tiangang sword intent that Jian Guishu had mentioned. Whoosh whoosh. The evil aura and sword intent filled Shi Jingxuan's body. His messy long hair and pitch-black eyes gradually turned as red as blood. The woman who was as gentle as water suddenly became wild. This contrast was a bit big. However, there was one thing to say. The red-haired and red-eyed Shi Jingxian was even more beautiful. What Jun Changshao cared about was not whether she was beautiful or not. What he cared about was that after her hair and eyes turned red, the sword aura became stronger and stronger. Ding! Suddenly, the Xianyuan divine sword cut through the void and slashed over, forcing Gou Sheng to take out the immortal sword to block in front of him. Dang dang dang! Dang dang dang! The two swords crossed each other, accompanied by the eruption of flames. One was retreating while the other was pressing down. Ka ka! Ka ka ka! The ground cracked and dust flew. The bamboo species that had been destroyed were very rare, and even if they could be planted, they would have to look at the soil. Now that there were two immortals fighting on the face, it would definitely be hard to escape. Jian Guishu roared, "Stop! All of you stop! Don't fight anymore!" Previous chapter. Next chapter, boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the hut behind him instantly collapsed. The bamboo forest that was like a paradise was completely destroyed in a short period of time. Jian Guishu clutched his chest, breathing rapidly as if he had an asthma attack. Anger. From the soles of his feet to his skull. Two children. Jian Guishu clenched his fists and roared, "Don't be presumptuous." Buzz. 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 The dust floating around suddenly trembled, and the surface began to be enveloped by the sword qi. "It's over." Jian Xiaohong said, "Grandpa is angry." Boom. An explosion came from the dust-filled area, and Shi Jingxian staggered out. At this moment, not only had her hair and eyes turned red, even her lips had turned crimson red. She looked devilishly charming and flirtatious. "Have you had enough?" At this moment, Jian Guishu walked over with his head lowered. His footwork was very stable, but with every step he took, his body would emit a powerful sword aura, as if his entire person had turned into a sword. As a sword saint, Jian Guishu's understanding of the way of the sword needed no explanation. In short, he was powerful. However, when he walked over, the sword force that had gathered around him suddenly flew out uncontrollably, circling behind Shi Jingxian and gradually condensing into a whirlpool. "This," Jian Guishu said in shock, "borrowing power." Shua. Shi Jingxian held her sword horizontally in front of her, her two white fingers pressed against the surface of the sword. Her fiery red lips were chanting a strange language that no one could understand. Swish. 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 In an instant, the rotating sword momentum behind him suddenly condensed into 12 crystal-clear swords. Tiangang sword art. Jian Guishu exclaimed. Suddenly, he seemed to have understood something and said happily, "Could it be that Senior Gu used a special ability to store the sword skill in the Xianyuan divine sword, and this girl naturally inherited it after drawing the sword?" Jun Changshao didn't care about the sword skill at all, but he was more concerned about his seemingly bad situation. Swish. Swish. The 12 swords scattered and circled Gou Sheng in the shape of a clock. Retreat. At this moment, Jian Guishu shouted, "Retreat quickly." Perhaps because time was too tight, as soon as he finished speaking, he carried his granddaughter and flew into the distance. Although Li Qingyang and the others didn't know what was going on, when they saw the sword saint running away in fear, they all used their movement techniques and fled as fast as they could. Jun Changshao didn't move. To be exact, he didn't dare to move. The 12 swords were like 12 bombs hanging around him, giving him a premonition that they would detonate in advance if he moved even the slightest bit. Palace Master Shi. It's me, Jun Changshao. Go Sheng stood in place, hoping to use his voice to wake up the evil Shi Jingxian. Unfortunately, the other party was indifferent. Jun Changshao smiled bitterly and slowly raised the ultimate immortal sword, saying, in that case, boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. 12 explosions shook the ruins realm. Pft. The ruined sword saint, who had hidden in a safe area, spat out another mouthful of blood. There was no other reason. The bamboo forest was gone, the house was gone, and even the mountain where he lived in seclusion was turned into nothingness under the bombardment. Understood. This was the ominous sign that had arisen earlier. Master. Zhou Hong said bitterly, do you understand what this disciple once said? What was it? It was best not to meet the patriarch. I understand. Jian Guishu clutched his chest and said, this guy is a jinx. A mountain used to live in seclusion was razed to the ground by 12 consecutive explosions. However, when the dust settled and the air waves weakened, the figures of Jun Changshao and Shi Jingxian gradually appeared in everyone's vision. They were suspended in mid-air, separated by a distance of 10 feet. One had disheveled hair and was in a sorry state, while the other had fiery red lips and was charming and enchanting. Palace Master Shi is so strong. Su Xiaoma said, she actually beat the patriarch into such a sorry state. The patriarch was probably worried that he would hurt Palace Master Shi, so he didn't dare to be serious. Impossible. Su Xiaoma and the others said in unison. After being together for so many years, they understood the patriarch's straightforward nature very well. If he could subdue Shi Jingxian with a heavy punch, he would have done it without hesitation. Why, Jun Changshao, who was suspended in mid-air, tore off the clothes on his shoulder and said, Palace Master Shi, after turning evil, must you target me? There were so many people present. In fact, Jian Guishu was beside him when he drew his sword. But she didn't look for anyone but him. For this phenomenon that couldn't be explained from a scientific point of view, Jun Changshao usually defined it as I'm too handsome. Because Shi Jingxian raised her sword and pointed at him, saying coldly, you are not clean. The patriarch is not clean. Li Qingyang and the others muttered in their hearts. I take a bath in the morning and evening, brush my teeth and apply a facial mask before going to bed, how am I not clean? Your heart. Your blood. Your soul. Shi Jingxian said, you are not clean. Ha! Jun Changshao laughed and said, how do you know that my heart, my blood, and my soul are not clean? Do you want to know? Shi Jingxian gathered the Tiangang sword intent into the weapon and said coldly, dig out the heart, let out the blood, and pull out the soul, then you will see. Come on. Jun Changshao tore off the clothes on his chest and shouted, let me see if you are clean or not. Whoosh! Suddenly, Shi Jingxian rushed over. Her speed was very fast, but in this case, she had to use slow motion. One slowly raised her sword and stabbed over, the other showed his chest and didn't seem to intend to resist. Poochie. The scene that was originally planned to be slow for 10 seconds suddenly returned to normal. The Xianyuan sword, which contained the Tiangang sword intent, was directly inserted into Jun Changshao's chest, causing him to look down in a daze. This woman, she is serious. Patriarch. Li Qingyang and the others exclaimed. Drip. Drip. Blood flowed down the sword and then splashed on the ground. Jun Changshao struggled to raise his head and squeezed out a smile, is it clean? You, Shi Jingxian stood in front of him in shock, the hand holding the sword trembled slightly, and tears gradually gathered in her red eyes. I'm sorry I couldn't help you resolve the strange attribute, and let you go crazy again. I hope my death can wake you up. Jun Changxiao's voice became weaker and weaker, and finally his shoulders slumped and his head lowered. Patriarch! Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others screamed at the top of their lungs. Shi Jingxian let go of the Xianyuan sword, hugged her head with both hands and screamed in pain. Tears burst out of her eyes, and as the tears fell, her red eyes gradually faded, and her mind gradually became clear. Today, Jun Changxiao died. Awakened the blackened Shi Jingxian. Just as the readers led by Little Du were excitedly typing ending flowers in the comments section of the chapter, Jun Changxiao, who had his head lowered from beginning to end, muttered in his heart, "This move really works." Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were still screaming in pain, but they all secretly said, "My acting is okay, right? Is it enough to tear my heart and lungs?" Chapter 1865. When the sharp blade attacked, Jun Changxiao used hard to retract. He was already in a weakened state. How could he still fight Shi Jingxian? Don't ask. If you did, you would be a Taishian old man. What a joke. The only reason Jun Changxiao was able to stand up like a man was because he had used the system's triple reset function. In fact, when Shi Jingxian suddenly raised her sword after turning dark, Go Sheng would have been cut into pieces if he hadn't reacted fast enough. Unfortunately, he didn't have many reputation points in his pocket, and contribution points were everywhere. Even if he cleared his 3 points and forcefully increased his combat ability, he still hadn't recovered to his peak state. Otherwise, he would have punched that woman to the ground. The only person who could stop Shi Jingxuan's madness was Jian Guishu. Not only did this guy not help, he even borrowed the power of his sword. It was really adding fuel to the fire. There was no other way. Jun Changxiao could only play a show. He tried to use his own death to awaken the dark Shi Jingxian. This kind of lame plot was really effective. When Jun Changxiao's hands and head dropped, the last bit of consciousness in Shi Jingxuan's body that hadn't been extinguished suddenly counterattacked and successfully took back the initiative. Patriarch! Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others yelled at the top of their lungs. Because the performance was too realistic, the sadness was exaggerated to the extreme. The men were silent, and the women were crying. "You killed my nephew." Gu Tianqing couldn't hold back anymore. He gathered energy in his palm and roared, "Die! Dad!" Gu Zhaoxi hurriedly hugged his father and said tearfully, "Calm down, don't be rash. He was already dead. Who could still calm down?" Sect Master Jun. Shi Jingxuan's hair and eyes returned to normal. She was already weeping like a pear blossom in the rain. Then, she resolutely pulled out her sword and held it in front of her neck. "I'll go with you." Pa! Just as she was about to slit her throat, a hand grabbed the hilt. "I'm still alive." Ga. Shi Jingxian looked at Jun Changxiao in a daze. Gu Tianqing, who was held tightly by his son, was frozen in a state of struggle. He had clearly lost all signs of life, so how did he suddenly come back to life? At this moment, Gu Tianqing glanced at the Sect of All Time's disciples from the corner of his eyes and realized that they were standing in their original positions as if nothing had happened. Junior brother Zhou's swordsmanship has become even more exquisite. I will definitely get a good ranking in the finals of the Universe Holy War. If there's a chance, I must spar with junior brother Zhou. Everybody was talking to each other, making Gu Tianqing feel as if he had gone back in time. All the disciples who knew Jun Changxiao well knew that he was putting on an act and even cooperated with him tacitly. Only Jian Guishu and the others believed it to be true. If the Academy Award was given to the Sect of All Times, they would definitely deserve it. Shi Jingxian woke up. Jun Changxiao, who had suffered a sword strike, was bandaged by Sun Bukong. Occasionally, he would grimace in pain when his wound was affected. Although he was fine, it definitely hurt. Especially when the strength given by the 3 values weakened, his entire body became softer than before. You don't even want your life for that woman? Rows of Flowers walked in from outside. Jun Changshao roared in his heart, it must be Big Mouth Su who spread the news again. One person. It was inevitable that he would encounter all kinds of misunderstandings. Only in this aspect would he not wrongly accuse Su Xiaomo. Because it was really him who spread the news. Now, the entire sect was talking about the patriarch sacrificing himself to reform the raging Shijingxian. That, Jun Changshao stuttered. You don't need to explain. Rows of Flowers said, you just need to remember that you are the patriarch of the sect of all times and have a group of disciples to support. You must think carefully when you do certain things. Jun Changshao was silent. At that time, he had already calculated the situation. There would not be any accidents, but he did not take the initiative to explain himself, because she was right. Rows of Flowers did not reprimand him anymore. After asking about his injuries, she left. Looking at the gradually disappearing figure, Jun Changshao felt pain in his chest again. Patriarch. Sun Bukong said weakly, Mistress is jealous. Get lost. Okay. Night. Rows of Flowers sat alone in the room, staring blankly at the flickering light. In fact, she had been in the sect of all times for so long, naturally, she had heard the disciples talk about Jun Changshao and Shi Jingxian in private, but she always pretended not to know and pretended not to know. Rows of Flowers would never be jealous because her husband had a relationship with another woman, or even do something unreasonable. After all, in terms of understanding, she was just a latecomer. She still remembered. When she married Jun Changshao back then, she had also said that she did not care how many wives Jun Changshao had. Rows of Flowers was a soul, and her mentality and thinking were different from humans. However, she was a woman after all. Plop. There was a sound of falling. Rows of Flowers collected her lost mind and spread out her spiritual senses. She found Jun Changshao lying under the wall like mud, so she walked out of the room and asked, What are you doing? I didn't stand firm. I fell when I was climbing over the wall. Jun Changshao grimaced. Rows of Flowers was speechless. Why did you climb over the wall? Can you help me up first? Jun Changshao panted. It was obvious that he was so weak that he felt as if his body was hollowed out when he climbed over the wall. Rows of Flowers walked over, lifted him up with one hand, and placed him on the stone bench in the pavilion. Then, she sat beside him and said, Tell me, why are you looking for me? That, Jun Changshao said, Are you angry? I'm angry. Actually, Palace Master Shi and I are not what you think. We are just friends. How can I stand by and watch when a friend is in trouble? If you were the one who lost your mind, I would also use my life to wake you up without hesitation. Such mushy words came out of Jun Changshao's mouth. It was unbelievable. Pfft. Rows of Flowers covered her mouth and laughed. Hey! Jun Changshao said frantically, I'm here to apologize. Can you be more serious? I'm just angry that my husband doesn't care about the overall situation and is willful. Why do you have to explain your relationship with Palace Master Shi? Rows of Flowers said. Jun Changshao was speechless. Rows of Flowers leaned over and said, Husband, do you think I'm jealous? Jun Changshao gave a noncommittal grunt. I'm not that narrow-minded, Rows of Flowers said, besides, my husband is not a womanizer. That's good. Jun Changshao breathed a sigh of relief and said seriously, although I'm despicable, shameless, and especially handsome, I will never be half-hearted. When it comes to relationships, I will always be faithful. I firmly believe that. The system said, because your EQ doesn't allow you to do that. Rows of Flowers. Jun Changshao supported himself on the table as he stood up and said, Listen to me clearly. I'm not a cultured person. I can't say sweet words. Just remember that I only have you in my heart. There's no room for other women. Damn! Su Xiaomao, who was hiding in the dark, widened his eyes. Elder Wei, who was standing next to him, muttered in his heart, I didn't teach you that. Chapter 1866. After Shi Jingxian woke up, she was unconscious for a few days. When she woke up again, she recalled the scene of her stabbing Jun Changshao with her sword, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Palace Master Zhang Sun Fanghua, who was guarding beside her, said joyfully, You're finally awake. Is Jun Patriarch all right? He's fine. He's alive and kicking. That's good, that's good. Shi Jingxian looked at the ceiling. Waves of unfamiliar memories appeared in her mind, giving her a splitting headache. These images were very chaotic. She could only understand them after she sorted them out. If Jun Changshao could peer into Shi Jingxuan's mind, he would definitely be stunned. This was because the memories that appeared were all what he had seen in the illusion before he inherited the Xianyuan realm. The difference was in the perspective. At that time, Jun Changshao was more like a bystander, standing in the universe. The memories that appeared in Shi Jingxuan's mind were completely personal. In fact, that's right. The memories of the girl who was sent away by Gu Xianyuan. After she was sent away from the Xianyuan realm, she drifted alone in the universe. Later, she met Sword Guishu and followed him to the Guishu world, where she placed the Xianyuan divine sword on the wall of the secret room. Master said, there are very strict requirements to control the Xianyuan divine sword. Perhaps it will never be inherited by the world. In the dark secret room, the girl knelt on the ground and bit her finger to draw a blood-colored pattern. 1 day. 2 days, a total of 49 days. Every corner of the secret room and every stone slab was covered by the blood-colored pattern. The girl seemed to have used up every drop of blood. She lay powerlessly in the center. Her hand touched a certain spot as she said weakly, I'm willing to use my essence, blood and soul in exchange for someone to inherit the Xianyuan divine sword in the next life. Whoosh, the blood-colored formation flashed. Gradually, the girl lying in the center turned into a stream of light that lingered around the Xianyuan divine sword, drawing out another special attribute from within. This was the attribute that existed in Shi Jingxuan's body and forced her to turn black time and time again. The two streams of light, one as gentle as water and one as fierce as fire, resisted each other in the beginning, they slowly merged and then flew out of the secret room and into the universe. Sword Guishu was unaware of everything that happened. When he walked into the secret chamber, the blood-red pattern on the ground had already disappeared, as if nothing had happened. In other words, the girl did not leave alone. Instead, he ended his life in a sacrificial manner. It was no wonder that Jian Guishu had been unable to find him in the following years, living in a state of self-blame. Speaking of the two attributes that had fused together, after breaking through the shackles of heaven and earth and fusing with the universe, they drifted in the endless void for countless years. One day, a black-robed man held it in his hand and said, dual spirit souls are extremely rare. Drifting in the upper universe will only lead to precarious situations. It's better to go to the lower world. Swish, under the cover of the divine power, the souls of the two souls merged into the lower universe. He seemed to have come to the right place, but also seemed to have been restricted by the rules of reincarnation. In the end, he fell into a certain plane and was reincarnated into an ordinary family. Wow! Cries resounded throughout the village. She's born, she's born. The midwife carried a baby out and said with a smile, it's a girl. After reading up to this point, Shi Jingxuan's eyes flashed with anger. That ordinary middle-aged man named the baby Shi Jingxian, which meant that he was her father. Father of my child. Jingxuan's eyes are so strange. A few days after the baby was born, her mother realized that something was wrong. Gradually, the news spread in the village that the baby girl was a demon. The Shi couple also spent their days sighing. After 1 month, little Shi Jingxian suddenly went crazy, which made them think of abandoning their daughter. In the memory, Shi Jingxian, who was still a baby, was abandoned in the wilderness for several days. Until she was carried away by a kind old woman, who brought her to Miaohua Palace and took her as a disciple. Shi Jingxian stayed here. As she grew older, her eyes became more and more obvious. She was even secretly discussed and ostracized by her fellow disciples. Fortunately, there was Lier. She had been protecting her as a senior sister to prevent her from being bullied by her fellow disciples. Lier was the female disciple who once tried to stop Jun Changshao from getting close to Shi Jingxian. Later, Shi Jingxian slowly grew up and inherited the position of palace master. At this point, some readers might be puzzled. Didn't Palace Master Shi have an eye disease? Why did she have so many memories after she was born? It was a long story. In short, what could not be seen was the soul that was as gentle as water, and what could be seen was the soul that was as fierce as fire. A portion of the memories that Shi Jingxian received came from the girl who sacrificed herself, and more came from that soul. To be exact, the scene that she could not see was seen by another soul. Is this my identity? Shi Jingxian said in her heart, in my previous life, I was also called Shi Jingxian, and my master was Gu Xianyuan. No. I have another identity. Shi Jingxian raised her hand with difficulty, and the Xianyuan divine sword appeared out of thin air, the artifact spirit of this sword. That's right. After fusing with the soul of her previous life, the special attribute that existed in her body was the artifact spirit of the Xianyuan divine sword. In short, in the past, Shi Jingxian sacrificed herself in order to fuse with the artifact spirit. Jun Changshao was powerful enough, right? However, because he was not fated to control the Xianyuan divine sword. The reason why Shi Jingxian could easily use it was because the other soul in her body was the artifact spirit. Palace Master Shi. Not long after, Jun Changshao pushed open the door and walked in, saying, "You're finally awake." This kind of concern came from a friend. If someone insisted on interpreting it with another meaning, then it would be meaningless. Of course. This has something to do with the way the author writes. Therefore, I will explain the problem regarding Palace Master Shi and Gosheng at the appropriate time. Jun Patriarch. Shi Jingxian apologized, "I'm sorry. At that time, don't mention the past again." Jun Changshao interrupted, then hammered his chest, and laughed, "My body is very strong, nothing happened at all." Blood spurted out from the bandage. Jun Changshao hurriedly pressed his finger down, and said, "Congratulations to Palace Master Shi for inheriting the Xianyuan divine sword, and inheriting Senior Gu's Tiangang sword intent." "I didn't inherit it." Modest. Jun Patriarch, half of my previous life was that girl, and the other half was the artifact spirit of the Xianyuan divine sword. Girl? Artifact spirit? Jun Changshao was a little confused. Shi Jingxian got off the bed, placed the Xianyuan divine sword on the table, and then told him the memories she had accepted. After knowing, Jun Changshao fell into silence. He himself was a transmigrator, and his brother Gu Zhaoxi had reincarnated many times, so this kind of thing was not surprising at all. Jun Patriarch. Shi Jingxian was silent for a moment, and said, "I sacrificed myself with the illusory spirit technique, and merged with the Xianyuan divine sword's artifact spirit, in order to find its true successor today." Seeing this woman staring at him, Jun Changshao said bitterly, "It can't be me, right?" "Yes." Shi Jingxian nodded. Jun Changshao was silent. Schwa. At this moment, Shi Jingxian raised the Xianyuan divine sword, grabbed Jun Changshao's wrist with the other hand, and said in a swearing tone, "Today, as an artifact spirit, I form a natal contract with the patriarch of the sect of all times, Jun Changshao." Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The air in the room was monstrous, and it spread around Jun Changxiao's body. Shi Jingxian looked at him, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. Then, she gradually faded, scattered into starlight, and merged with the Xianyuan divine sword, and began to form the most sacred natal contract. It's here. The system said, the host's natal weapon. It's just that, it could not help but roar. First, it merged with the rose of flowers and became the Lord Rose. Then, it merged with Shi Jingxian and became Jun Jingxian. Chapter 1867. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A powerful aura erupted from Miaohua Palace, alerting the nearby martial artists. Due to the distance, the higher-ups and disciples of Tsangshan's sect could clearly feel the sharp sword essence in the aura. What's going on? Ma Yunteng, Wang Donglin, and the others were stunned. Whoosh! At this moment, a sword light suddenly flew out of Miaohua Palace. When the light dissipated, they saw a sword engraved with the Big Dipper hanging in the sky. Jun Patriarch. Ma Yunteng found Jun Changxiao. However, the guy was holding the sword hilt with one hand and swaying from side to side, as if he was being dragged up by force. Go Sheng was still weak. He couldn't fly with the sword, so he was forced to go up. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Xianyuan divine sword kept releasing a special aura, and then a graceful figure enveloped the swaying Jun Changxiao and merged into his body and soul. Whoosh whoosh. At the same time, strange memories flooded into his sea of consciousness, and then gathered into shadows and movements. Judging from the shape, it was obviously a sword move. Whoosh! As Jun Changxiao continued to forcibly accept the strange memories, a sharper sword momentum erupted from his body. This is... Sword Saint of Ruins walked out of the cafeteria with a bowl of fried rice and exclaimed, Tiangang sword essence. Wait. Why is this guy in the eternal world? There was no other reason. The bamboo forest, the house, and the mountain were all gone, so he could only stay here temporarily. It was like Jun Changxiao smashed his neighbor's pot and didn't give them any compensation, so they would definitely come to his house for dinner. No. Jian Guishu wondered, didn't that girl inherit it? Why did Jun Patriarch inherit it? He watched while eating. Whoosh! The Tiangang sword essence around Jun Changxiao became stronger, but because of the forced acceptance of the sword move, his head felt like it was going to explode, so his whole face gradually became ferocious. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long. Whoosh whoosh! As the pain receded, Jun Changxiao was suspended in midair. His breathing was rapid, and his forehead was covered with beads of sweat. His face gradually relaxed, and he squeezed out a smile. At this moment, he was very clear that he had not only inherited the Tiangang sword intent, but also inherited the Tiangang sword technique. Every move was engraved in the sea of consciousness, so clear, so skilled. As long as he had a little strength, he could easily display it. Jun Patriarch. Suddenly, Shi Jingxuan's voice sounded in his ears, from today onwards, you are the new master of the Xianyuan divine sword. My master's will also be inherited and continued by you. Mission accomplished. Jun Changxiao said solemnly. Shi Jingxian added, I used the illusory spirit technique to forcefully fuse with the artifact spirit. Although I obtained the right to designate the owner of the Xianyuan divine sword at will, as a punishment, only by entering the body of the sword can I display the true power of the Xianyuan divine sword. Fuck. The system said, I was right. It had already imagined the scene of the rose of flowers possessing its body and transforming into the Lord Rose, while Shi Jingxian possessing the Xianyuan sword and transforming into Jun Jingxian. How is this starting a harem? The system was speechless. This is using a few intimate female characters as tools to become stronger. Little doe, come out and spray Go Sheng to death. Plop. Jun Changxiao slowly fell to the ground, limp and paralyzed. Whoosh. The scabbard flew over. Clang, the Xianyuan divine sword returned to its scabbard. At the same time, wisps of soul spread out, and Shi Jingxian gradually appeared in front of Jun Changshao. The Xianyuan divine sword immediately became dull. Obviously, losing the support of the artifact spirit was equivalent to losing its soul. Palace Master Shi. Jun Changshao said bitterly, why bother? Go Sheng was actually quite happy to be able to inherit Senior Gu's weapon, his sword intent and sword moves. However, he had signed a life contract with this woman, which was equivalent to being tied together. Her life and death were all on him. This is my destiny. Shi Jingxian said, it's also Jun Patriarch's destiny. When she accepted her memories and understood everything about her previous life, the first thing she thought of was to find Jun Changshao to sign a life contract. In fact, Shi Jingxian chose Jun Changshao as the artifact spirit without any emotions. She believed that this man was worthy of being entrusted with and was most qualified to inherit her master's last wish. Because she understood him, she believed in him. Understood. Jun Changshao stood up with his sword and said solemnly, I will inherit Senior Gu's last wish and fight Demonic Emperor. He looked up and roared, to the end. It was strange. He was clearly very weak, but the words he shouted were shocking. There was originally a dark cloud in the sky, but it gradually dissipated after the voice spread out. Jian Guixian put down the fried rice and stood with his hands behind his back, regaining his sage-like appearance. He looked at the sun that had reappeared and said with a deep voice, the sky is about to brighten. Whoosh, Eternal shuttled through the universe and disappeared from the origin realm at an extremely fast speed. Because the Sharp Blade fleet was destroyed, this place couldn't stay for long, so they had to leave quickly in case Demonic Emperor sent people to kill them. Of course. All the creatures living here were sent to the Eternal Realm. Fortunately, the origin realm wasn't too big. If it was the size of the Heaven Crossing realm, it wouldn't be able to accommodate so many people. Sigh. In the sect of all times, Jian Guixian sighed. Senior. Jun Changshao handed over a bowl of fried rice and said, we have a common enemy, why don't we work together to fight? Jian Guixian pushed the fried rice back and said with a straight face, boy, do you think you can make me submit with a bowl of rice? No. Jun Changshao sat down and pointed to the bowl of rice and said righteously, in my eyes, this bowl of rice represents the entire upper world, and each grain of rice represents thousands of planes and thousands of creatures. Jian Guixian was silent. Jun Changshao reached out and pinched a handful of rice grains from the bowl and scattered them on the table. If we don't work together, we will be slowly eaten up by Demonic Emperor. The greatest hero serves the country and the people. The upper universe urgently needs people like me and Senior to stand up and save thousands of creatures from the fire and water. Swoosh! Jun Changshao stood up and picked up the fried rice. The best way to deal with Demonic Emperor is to raise the bowl and greet his head. Plop! The fried rice was covered on the table. Jian Guixian suddenly felt sorry for wasting a bowl of rice. Well said. He stood up and said, Jun Patriarch, please join the Sword Alliance and fight against Demonic Emperor together. Jun Changshao collapsed on the table. I said so much, but he still didn't change his mind. There was no other way. Jun Changshao put the Xianyuan divine sword on the table and said, Jian Guixian, today I order you to join the Jun Alliance unconditionally and help me punish evil. You, Jian Guixian pointed at him. A moment later, he put down his pride and said, all right. The legendary battle pet warrior finally compromised. It was not for Jun Changshao, nor was it for the fried rice, but for Gu Xianyuan. Kid. Jian Guixian said with a serious expression, the Demonic Emperor has 8 top experts under him, and their strength is on par with mine. Are you confident in defeating them? I'm not sure. But don't worry, Senior. Jun Changshao raised his hand and said, Jun Changshao, swear to the heavens that one day, I will eliminate the demonic emperor and all of his minions. All right. Jian Guixian said, I'll join the June Alliance with all the members of the Sword Alliance. His expression suddenly turned unpleasant as soon as he finished speaking. He held his chest and said in pain, the Void Realm is gone, whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Black flame spread across the crumbling Void Realm. A muscular black figure slowly walked out. The guy had a ferocious and ugly face, with 2 curved horns on his head and a pair of black bat-like wings on his back. Bang! Bang! An introduction appeared on the screen, one of the 8 heavenly dragons under the demonic emperor, King Jialuo. Sect of all times. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you will still be eliminated. Chapter 1868. Spacetime Secret Realm. Jun Changshao walked in to recuperate again. Although using time acceleration could help him recover quickly, to be honest, he couldn't keep up with the pace at all. Okay. The system said, with such an aside, the follow-up will be arranged. While Jun Changshao was in seclusion, Jian Guixiu and his Sword Alliance chose a nearby mountain and began to build a base. The two were only working together. Therefore, it did not mean that they had joined the Sect of all times. Li Qingyang and Page were in charge of the construction. As an old partner in construction, they worked through the night to build a large-scale site. Amazing! Jian Guixiu exclaimed. Senior Sword Saint. Yuan Gongzi walked over and said with a smile, the Patriarch ordered me to count the number of people in your alliance and their overall cultivation level so that we can make targeted arrangements. Okay. Jian Guixiu said cooperatively. Actually, from the moment Jun Changshao inherited the Xianyuan Divine Sword, regardless of whether they were in an alliance or not, they would do their best to cooperate because this was the inheritor of Gu Xuanyuan's will. Sword Alliance. Jian Guixiu secretly founded it in the early years. The sword was not named after the sword of the sword path, but after his surname. Therefore, don't laugh at Jun Changshao for naming himself after the Jun Alliance, because all the major forces had this problem. They didn't care how low the name was. Everyone thought that Jian Guixiu had gone into seclusion. In fact, he had been developing his force. Today, he already had 3,000 disciples and named himself Jie. 3,000 Jie. It meant that he had 3,000 disciples. Don't underestimate the small number of disciples. They were all nurtured by Jian Guixiu with great difficulty. There was nothing to say about their aptitude. Their overall strength was at the truth-seeking realm, and they were all sword cultivators. Sword Path was a special existence in the entire universe. Their true strength could not be measured by their realm alone. It was no exaggeration to say that if their overall realms were about the same, 3,000 sword cultivators were definitely not inferior to 10,000 martial cultivators. Also, these sword cultivators all cultivated the same sword skills. Not only could they fight one-on-one, but they could also set up various sword formations. The power was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Jian Guixiu joined. It allowed Jun Changshao to expand his top strength. 3,000 disciples were also a huge fortune, making up for the lack of sword cultivators on Goshing's side. You've become more confident. Jun Changshao said as he sat in the study. Jun Patriarch. Jian Guixiu walked in and said with a frown, this old man is worried that the Sky Devil Emperor will send the 8th Division Heavenly Dragon after us. Speaking of the 8th Division's Heavenly Dragon, Jun Changshao said, I heard from Uncle Gu that Senior had once fought with that Luo Wang. Yes. How's his strength? Very strong. Jian Guixiu's expression was unusually grave as he said, I almost couldn't make it back. When Shi Jingxian turned dark, Jun Changshao was still depressed about why Senior Sword Sage didn't make a move. Little did he know that Senior Sword Sage was injured, and her fighting strength was not as good as before. Jian Guishu said, the Jialua king is the leader of the Jialua race in the upper universe. He is cruel and bloodthirsty, an extremely dangerous creature. Jun Changshao thought to himself, if there's a chance, I might as well spar with him. Although he had inherited the Shenyuan divine sword, he did not think that he could compete with the celestial demonic emperor himself. He could only start with the celestial demonic emperor's minions. Ding! Side quest activated. A quest came. Jun Changshao opened the panel, and the corner of his mouth twitched. What do you want? The content of the side quest was, please eliminate the Jialua King, one of the 8 divisions Heavenly Dragon under the command of the Sky Devil 0 of 1. Eliminate. The meaning was obvious. Eliminate. The meaning was even more obvious. Jian Guishu had guessed correctly. The Sky Devil Emperor had indeed sent one of his 8 lackeys to kill him. Heh. The system said calmly, when spoilers become a habit. Senior. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, do I have the ability to fight the Jialua King? This. Jian Guishu thought for a moment and said, it's hard to say. Without the Shenyuan divine sword, he definitely didn't think that Jun Changshao could defeat the Jialua King. But now that he had inherited it, as well as the sword intent and sword technique, he would only know after fighting. Me. Jun Changshao stood up and said, I want to take that guy's head and announce to the upper universe that the hero who saved the world is here. Don't be rash. Jian Guishu said, with your current strength, you can't shake the Sky Devil Emperor. Jun Changshao agreed with this. But he dared to fight the Jialua King mainly because he could run if he couldn't win, and hide if he killed him. Anyway, the Sky Devil Emperor couldn't find him. Right. Jian Guishu thought of something and said, Jun Patriarch can use the Shenyuan divine sword to recruit the Shenyuan realm martial artists scattered in the upper universe. That group of martial artists who fled. Jun Changshao's face showed disdain. At that time, only Gu Shenyuan was guarding his home. None of the other forces or individuals stayed. Disdain. Disdain from the bottom of his heart. Don't blame them. Jian Guishu understood his feelings and said, the Sky Devil Emperor is too strong. If the local martial artists don't leave, they will all be destroyed along with the plane. Moreover, this is also Senior Gu's intention. Jun Changshao was silent. The system said, if the host faces an existence he can't fight against, will he choose to let the disciple accompany him or let them escape? Let them leave. So, why do you look down on those martial artists who left? Jun Changshao was speechless. Yes. Those martial artists who were forced to leave were right. However, the system had only asked Jun Changshao. If it had asked every single disciple of the Eternal Sect, the answer it would have gotten would have been, if the Eternal Sect exists, the people will live. If the Eternal Sect dies, the people will die. If one day, the Sky Devil Emperor came to the eternal world and countless battleships surrounded the sect of all times, those standing behind Jun Changshao would definitely be the higher-ups, disciples, and even disciples who cleaned the toilets. Of course. It was just an if. The scene of the enemy attacking their home wouldn't appear. If it did, it would be just right for the ending. A few months later, Jun Changshao walked out of the secret realm of time and space. The side effect of using the 5th form of the unstoppable blade for the second time finally disappeared. People were in high spirits when happy things happened. Walking on the road to the outer yard, Jun Changshao's face lit up with a bright smile. Patriarch, be careful. Whoosh, the ball of happiness flew at a tricky angle. Jun Changshao tiptoed and blocked it with his chest. Then he dribbled the ball to the martial arts practice field, bypassing the disciples and kicking the goal. He fully integrated into the crowd. Patriarch. At this time, Li Qingyang transmitted a message, you finally came out. What's the matter? There's an extra person in the area where we're hiding. He hasn't left for dozens of days. Oh. Jun Changshao hurried into the hall and looked at the star map that was connected to the outside world. After Eternal disappeared, it turned into a grain of sand and a light spot. Jun Patriarch. Jian Guishu came over with fried rice and said while eating, "I think he might be looking for us." The Sky Devil Emperor. Yes. Jun Changshao shook his arm and said with a smile, "Just right, I can use him to test my sword." Chapter 1869. As long as Jun Changshao entered the Eternal World with the battleship, there would be a grain of sand left where he disappeared. He might have realized that the Celestial Devil Emperor's sharp blade fleet would be retaliated against, so he didn't fly around while recuperating. Instead, he hid in the plain. However, there were light spots in the area where the grain of sand was, which meant that someone had found it. Strange. A cold voice sounded in the universe. The battleship's aura is here. Why can't I see it? A burly black figure with a pair of bat wings on his back stood in the void. That's right. King Gallo, one of the 8 heavenly dragons. This guy's nose was more sensitive than a dog's. After destroying the ruins world, he followed the aura of Eternal World, but he was alone. It shouldn't be. It should be here. King Gallo trusted his nose. He guessed that the other party might have used some array or hidden in the universe, so he sat cross-legged and waited. He waited for a few months. His patience was off the charts. Hiss. Hiss. His hand streaked across the void. Cracks appeared. King Gallo was trying to find Eternal World, which was hiding in the dark. Now, several areas had been cut into pieces. Strong winds from the depths whistled out. The sound was like the wailing of ghosts. The Eternal World, which had turned into a grain of sand, was hiding nearby. If the enemy continued to destroy it, it would be affected sooner or later. Suddenly, King Gallo frowned. The space in the relatively intact area rippled and twisted slightly. A huge battleship slowly flew out. King Gallo smiled when he felt the aura was the same as in the ruins world. After a few months, he finally found the sect of all times that went against the emperor and destroyed many fleets. A game. King Gallo was still sitting cross-legged in the void. With one hand holding the left side of his face, he slowly raised the other hand and said lazily, "It's over." Whoosh! In an instant, violent energy erupted from his palm. It dragged a dazzling light toward Eternal World, which had just flown out. Crack! 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 Wherever the energy light passed, the space was mercilessly torn apart, spreading even further into the distance. It was no exaggeration. King Gallo's move seemed to have cut the universe in half. Boom! All of a sudden, the area where Eternal was located exploded. Buzz! Buzz! Layers of ripples appeared in the universe space, and all the nearby asteroids were blown into powder on the spot. With a raise of his hand, the sky collapsed and the earth caved in. King Jalua, one of the 8 division heavenly dragons under the Sky Devil Emperor, was very strong. However, Eternal flew out of the explosion unscathed. Because the speed of the boat was not fast, one could clearly see a handsome man sitting on a chair placed at the bow of the boat. Amidst the howling wind and wanton energy, the man leaned back in his chair with his fingers interlocked and his legs crossed. Handsome. Cool. Jalua King looked surprised. His attack just now was powerful enough to destroy a plane, but the battleship was unscathed. That young man, in particular, had a smile on his face. Although he was asking for a beating, the aura he exuded was unfathomable. Eternal ship. Jian Guishu saw Kiera King's appearance through the star map and transmitted his voice with a serious expression, "Jun Patriarch, this is Kiera King, one of the 8 division heavenly dragons." "Oh, really?" The smile on Jun Changxiao's face grew wider. The side mission had been coming for a few months, and today, he finally met the mission target. Kid. King Gallo said indifferently, if I'm not wrong, you should be the patriarch of the sect of all times who has repeatedly gone against the emperor. That's right. Jun Changxiao said. Clap. King Gallo clapped his hands and said, you're quite bold. I admire you. It's all right. Jun Changxiao pointed up and said casually, if the heavens offend me, I'll pierce the heavens. The Gallo king gave him a thumbs up. Of all the people I know, the only one as arrogant as you is the extremely annoying king of Duo La, King Duo La. One of the 8 division heavenly dragons. But. King Gallo slowly stood up and spread his wings. He flapped them gently and said, I admire you, but you'll still die in the end. If there's an afterlife, you can be my subordinate. Oh, sorry, people whose souls have been destroyed won't reincarnate. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, you talk too much. Swish, suddenly, he disappeared from where he stood. Boom! 2 waves of energy suddenly exploded in the universe, and violent energy ripples spread wildly. When the camera followed, it saw Jun Changxiao standing in the void with his sword, blocking King Gallo's claw-like hand. From the slow-motion replay, it could be seen that when Go Sheng was speaking, King Gallo had already traveled through space and arrived, but he was stopped halfway. Not bad. King Gallo smiled coldly. Same here, Jun Changxiao said. Their voices were very calm, but the auras they released were already crazily clashing against each other. Since you use a sword, you should be a sword cultivator, King Gallo said. I wonder how you compare to the ruins of N Sword Saint who lost to me. Rumble. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark aura spread through the universe, transforming into a giant fist that repeatedly smashed down on Jun Changxiao. This person's strength was definitely at the peak of the divine state. Every time he exploded, it could be described as world-destroying. In a short time, this region of the universe caved in and collapsed beyond recognition. Whoosh! Jun Changxiao flew out with his sword. Holding the sword, he felt numb. He thought, strong. Demonic hell cage. King Gallo spread out his hands. His 10 fingers emanated a pitch-black attribute that spread out like chains. This power wasn't aimed at Jun Changxiao. Instead, it was aimed at the universe, threading a needle and mending the collapsed area, then, forming an airtight cage. Not good. Jun Changxiao immediately flew into the sky. However, just as he moved, he saw the space connected by the black chains suddenly fold over. From afar. The collapsed universe was like 2 palms, one from the left and one from the right. Today. Another soul in hell. King Gallo said lightly. Rumble! The 2 spaces that had been penetrated suddenly merged together. King Gallo retracted his wings and stood in the rippling universe. He muttered, my emperor wants to start a new era. No one can stop him. Only death awaits. Using bloody methods to suppress isn't starting a new era. It's destroying all life in the universe. A voice came from behind. Cultivators. King Gallo turned around, his eyes filled with shock. Under the attack of the demonic hell cage, that kid actually broke out. Jun Changxiao stood 1,000 feet away. He put away the ultimate celestial sword and summoned the Shenyuan divine sword. His black hair danced in the wind, revealing his cold face. I'd rather die than submit. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Tiangang's sword intent exploded, strengthening his body. At that moment, a graceful figure gathered behind Jun Changxiao, turning into a stream of light that merged into the Shenyuan divine sword. Including the sword tip, the blade, the hilt, and even the wrist and arm holding the sword, they were all wrapped in red light. The sword aura and sword intent grew stronger. It's here. Jun Jingxian. King Gallo frowned. After a while, he seemed to think of something. You're holding the Xianyuan divine sword. Whoosh, the sword flashed, disappearing in a flash. King Garuda's mouth remained open as he spoke. His eyes gradually widened and rounded. Behind him, Jun Changshao stood with his sword held horizontally. His black hair danced in the wind. His right hand and sword were enveloped in a crimson light. It's over. The system seemed to find it hard to accept. Only one of the 8 heavenly dragons under the Sky Demon Emperor survived. That's too embarrassing. Chapter 1870. Puchi. Blood splattered and his arm fell off. King Jalua's eyes widened as he screamed in pain. Perhaps it was because of the system's poison, but he did not die. Only his right hand was cut off. However, the Xianyuan divine sword was really powerful. With just a flash, it had severely injured King Jalua. This was one of the 8 heavenly dragons under the Sky Devil Emperor. He was even stronger than the legendary sword Guishu. Senior Gu. Jun Changshao, who was standing behind King Jalua, looked down at the Xianyuan divine sword and said in a low voice, I finally understand why they used all their power to kill you. Why? The system asked. Because, Jun Changshao said, this sword intent, is the nemesis of evil. The moment he cut off King Jialuo's arm, the pure Tiangang sword intent ignored the monstrous demonic aura and the strong physical defense. It sliced through as easily as cutting vegetables. Very strong, very satisfying. Senior Gu. Jun Changshao held the Xianyuan divine sword tightly and said solemnly, I have inherited your will. I will kill all the evil in the world. Whoosh whoosh. An even more intense celestial dipper sword will permeated the air, gradually transforming into a human figure, standing behind him with an imposing posture. Buzz. Buzz. The space shook slightly, as if cheering. Jian Guishu, who was in the cockpit, saw the faint figure. His skinny hands trembled uncontrollably and his eyes became wet. He said tearfully, Senior Gu. That's right. The stalwart figure standing behind Jun Changshao was none other than Gu Xianyuan, who had fought against the celestial demonic emperor's army by himself. Although he was dead, his spirit would never be extinguished. Today, his unyielding will was inherited by Jun Changshao. Not to mention his past actions, just now, Go Sheng was definitely the embodiment of justice. King Jalua was still screaming in pain. The flesh where he had been cut off suddenly turned black and a complete arm grew out. Then he said with a ferocious expression, You destroyed my 10,000 years of cultivation and destroyed your soul. As a special race, although they had the ability to regenerate, if a piece of flesh or an arm was cut off, they would lose the same amount of power. This power not only represented combat power, but also lifespan. Cutting off an arm was equivalent to cutting off 10,000 years of lifespan. Demon. Jun Changshao put 2 fingers on his sword, and sword will gushed out from his body. His black hair danced in the wind as he said, I will purify you completely today. Heavenly Network, Earth Yama. Unsheath the sword, slay demons. Buzz. 2 fingers slid from the bottom of the sword to the tip. The 7 stars formation engraved on the sword shone brightly. Swish. The Tiangang sword will around Jun Changshao transformed into swords that hovered in the air. The tips of the swords pointed at King Jalua. Swish. Rather than calling it a sword technique, it would be better to call it an incantation to slay demons. Kamsa's king. He wasn't afraid of Jun Changshao, but he was afraid of the Xianyuan divine sword. Especially when he thought back to how he had been tortured by Gu Xianyuan, he became even more fearful. Swish. Swish. Right at this moment, the dense heavenly dipper sword chi exploded out, and during the process, they gradually fused together like a school of sardines. The magnificence of the scene was already indescribable with words. Swish! Swish! The Tiangang sword qi continued to pass by Jun Changshao from both sides. Sword light shone from his cheeks again and again, making him look even more mighty and domineering. Ka! 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 The sound of space being torn apart made one's scalp tingle. Damn! The Sect of all time's disciples in the cockpit opened their mouths in shock. Jian Guishu was a legend of the Ashen Cloud faction. He was even called the Sword Saint. Now, Jun Changshao, who was in the reign of swords, felt like a sword god. Swish! 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 Tens of thousands of Big Dipper sword qi intertwined together like a tornado. Beads of sweat appeared on King Jialuo's forehead. Gradually, the fear in his eyes was replaced by despair. No. I'm the king of the Jialuo race. I'm the most powerful general of the Sky Devil Emperor. Before witnessing the birth of a new era with his own eyes, how could he be willing to die? Ah! King Jialuo looked up and roared. His eyes turned red. Boom! His muscles suddenly bulged, and his body expanded rapidly. His black wings spread out in the collapsing universe. Strange patterns appeared on them as if they contained ancient and mysterious power. This was Jialuo. It wasn't the Great Wall Army that was protected by the 1,000 caves. It was Jialuo. The king of the strongest sect in history, the Jialuo race. Roar! King Jialuo looked up and roared. The patterns on his wings shone dazzlingly, forming sound waves that ravaged the universe, causing it to shatter continuously. Boom! 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 The tornado-like sword qi was attacked by the sound waves. The sword qi exploded, turning into light spots and disappearing. Pointless struggle. Jun Changshao sneered and rushed over with the Shenyuan divine sword. Whoosh! Sword light flashed, piercing through heaven and earth. Whoosh! Whoosh! The giant King Jialuo waved his arms. The spatial patterns instantly swept up a gust of wind. Not only did it blow away the sword qi, but it also blew away pieces of broken space. This kind of special race was extremely proficient in spatial power. But the strength of space depended on the level of the universe. When a force was above it, it wouldn't pose any threat. For example, Jun Changshao. Boom! 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 Holding the Shenyuan divine sword, he shot over under the cover of thousands of sword qi. Because of Shi Jingshuan's help, his hair, eyes, lips, and fingernails all turned red. If the era of online novels changed in the future, the protagonist would definitely take out XX Cosmetics at the crucial moment to advertise. That's right. The strongest patriarch in history, Jun Go-sheng. Back to the main topic. When Jun Changshao was supported by the sword qi and the sword qi, his entire body was enveloped by the red sword qi, emitting a power that seemed to cut through everything. The King Jialuo felt immense pressure. But he didn't retreat. He took a step forward, opened his arms, and shouted, with the protection of the Emperor, for thousands of years. Although he's not from the Great Wall Army, he's copying the lines, the system roared hysterically. Whoosh! At this moment, Jun Changshao turned into a sword light and flew over. The powerful sound wave was pierced through, the thick defensive barrier was destroyed, and the tempered body was pierced through. The universe seemed to be filled with countless explosives and then suddenly exploded. A moment later, everything returned to peace. In the chaotic and collapsed universe, Jun Changshao stood with his sword. Light floated around him like snow in winter, drifting endlessly. Jun Changshao casually raised his hand and grabbed a fragment of sword qi. He said to himself, "Indestructible victory." Ding! Side mission completed. Obtained 10,000 reputation points. Ding. Sect reputation points, 10,000. Ding. Side mission completed, triggering hidden rewards. Obtained the right to purchase the Transcendent Grade Spacetime Secret Realm X1, the right to purchase the Transcendent Grade Spacetime Secret Realm X1, the right to purchase the Transcendent Grade Spacetime Secret Realm X1, the right to purchase the Transcendent Grade Spacetime Secret Realm X1. Chapter 1871. The Gallo King was dead. So cold that not even a piece of meat was left. It was already very impressive. At least it had lived for 2 chapters. After all, he was one of the 8 Division Heavenly Dragons. No matter what, he had to be taken seriously. In that case, including the Sky Devil Emperor and the other 7 subordinates, each of them added a point to the plot. It was still far from the end. Ding. Ding. Kill the Gallo King. Mission completion notifications sounded frequently. The system was shocked. So many secret realms. Indeed. Just by completing a side mission, he was given the right to purchase 3 secret realms, and all of them were fucking supreme grade. This could not help but make people wonder if Dogs Leftover had done some unspeakable dirty deal for him to suddenly reward so many good things. It was quite strange. If it was before, suddenly receiving so many secret realms, Jun Changshao would definitely cover his face and laugh strangely. But now, he was very calm. Under unimportant circumstances, Go Sheng would show his villainous side. But now, he had inherited Gu Xuanyuan's will. His words and actions naturally had to be serious. Moreover, the 3 secret realms were just the right to purchase. If he wanted to obtain them, he would definitely have to spend reputation points to buy them. From the notification just now, it could be seen that Jun Changxiao's current reputation points were only a pitiful 10,000. If he had money, he was the boss. If he had no money, he would play paralysis. Note, paralysis here represents a medical term. What a pity. Jun Changxiao kept the Xianyuan divine sword and shook his head. All the good things on that guy have turned to ashes. He did not loot the bag. He was not used to it. In the cockpit of Eternal, Jian Guishu and the upper echelon disciples were still dumbfounded. The exchange just now hadn't been long. Kiera King's every move had exploded with earth-shattering energy, scaring them to death. However, such a strong guy had died in the hands of the Patriarch. The upper universe. Jian Guishu could not hide his excitement. We are saved. Previously, he was not sure if Jun Changxiao, who had inherited the Xianyuan divine sword, had the ability to fight against the 8th Division Heavenly Dragon. Now that the outcome had been decided, there was absolutely no pressure. The sky. It was really going to light up. AI. After returning to the cockpit, Jun Changxiao said, "This is my first time using it. I'm still a little rusty." The corner of Jian Guishu's mouth twitched. He was so unfamiliar with it that he killed the Gallo King. If he were to encounter King Doral, or other kings, wouldn't he be able to deal with them easily? I'll tell you the truth. After signing a life contract with the Xianyuan Godly Sword and being supported by Shi Jingshuan's weapon Spirit Soul, Jun Changxiao's battle prowess skyrocketed. He could even be classified as an upper-class Heavenly Legacy stage expert. It was a pity. Palace Master Shi flew out. Immediately, he became a lowly heaven secret. Previously, I had the assistance of the Rose of Flowers. Today, I have the assistance of Shi Jingxian. The system couldn't help but sigh, behind every successful man is a woman. This saying is indeed true. Whoosh, Eternal shuttled through the vast universe. Because he had the Xianyuan Godly Sword, Jun Changxiao became bolder. He no longer hid and walked towards the location of the Universe Holy War Finals. Speaking of the Universe Holy War, there was only half a year left. The Sky Devil Emperor's main target was the Ashen Cloud branch, so the situation here was very turbulent. The other branches were relatively calm, and the geniuses had already set off. Everyone had more or less heard about the Sky Devil Emperor's recent actions, but they didn't dare to say anything. After all, before the danger truly fell on their heads, they could only pray that they could survive. When the nest is overturned, no egg can remain unbroken. The warriors of the entire upper universe didn't have the courage to resist, which allowed the Sky Devil Emperor to become stronger after repeated invasions and suppression. Of course, there was still a glimmer of light in the darkness. The various large organizations had already made their move. They swore to resist to the end and not submit to the Sky Devil Emperor. Senior. On the way to the finals, Jun Changshao was puzzled. Since you and the other organizations didn't like the Sky Devil Emperor for so long, why did you suddenly come together to resist? This question not only troubled him, but also Gu Tianqing. The Sky Devil Emperor's strength didn't come overnight. He grew through continuous invasions and expansion. The various branches and planes either stayed out of harm's way or stayed out of harm's way. This had become a law. Now, there were so many resistance organizations in the entire universe. Thinking about it, there must be something fishy. Sigh. Jian Guishu drank a mouthful of soup and said, "It's a long story." Then let's make it simple. Senior Sword Saint almost choked. Jun Patriarch. He stroked his chest and said, "The upper universe is waiting for an opportunity." What opportunity? Jun Changxiao's ears perked up. Jian Guishu was silent for a moment, then said, "An opportunity mentioned by Wei Buzi." Wei Buzi again. Ever since Jun Changxiao left the upper realm to travel the upper universe, he had always heard others mention it, giving people a very mysterious feeling. This person left behind a prophecy. Jian Guishu said, "Soon, the universe will attract a disaster. If everyone can actively respond and participate, they can steal luck from it and have a chance to step onto the path of eternal life." Jun Changxiao thought for a moment and said, "Senior means that the Sky Devil Emperor is this disaster, and because of Wei Buzi's prophecy, everyone is waiting and watching. Waiting for the so-called luck to appear." "That's right," Jian Guishu said. "Heh." Jun Changxiao said disdainfully, "Everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of a country. For the so-called luck, they let the Sky Devil Emperor harm the universe. It's really despicable. There's no other way." Jian Guishu shook his head and said, "They all have the heart to pursue eternal life. The Sky Devil Emperor is stirring up trouble, but they are indifferent. In fact, they are helping the tyrant. Even if they really do obtain eternal life in the future, the guilt will accompany them for a long time." Jun Changxiao said. Jian Guishu's eyes were filled with shame. Although he didn't want to admit it, in fact, he also had an obsession with eternal life in his heart. "Senior only talked about luck, but you haven't said anything about an opportunity." Jun Changxiao didn't want to be entangled in this matter, so he changed the topic. "Master Wei Buzi once said that soon, someone who can change the structure of the universe will appear. That is the opportunity for many powerhouses. If we can help him with all our strength and help him create a new era, we will be blessed with luck," Jian Guishu said. "The person who can change the universe has appeared." Who is it?" "I don't know." Jun Changxiao was speechless. After asking for so long, it was equivalent to not asking. "Actually." Jian Guishu looked up at him and said with a serious expression, "I have a guess. The person who can change the universe should be Jun Patriarch." "Me?" Not only did Jun Patriarch inherit Senior Gu's will, but he also used the Shenyuan Divine Sword to kill one of the 8 Division Heavenly Dragons. This is the best proof. Jian Guishu didn't know. However, if he had a choice, he hoped that Jun Changxiao could change the universe and destroy the Sky Devil Emperor to benefit the upper universe. "Oh, right. Jian Guishu said, currently, the person who is most likely to change the universe is the Night King of the Night King Alliance. Senior knows the Night King. Never seen him, but I have heard of him. Patriarch. Just as the two were talking, Shangguan Xinyao's voice came. We have successfully merged with the 8th Desolate Realm. We will reach the Tianluo realm where the Universe Holy War Finals will be held in about 3 days. Hearing this, Jian Guishu breathed a sigh of relief and said, we will be safe for the time being when we reach the galaxy where the finals will be held. Does the Sky Devil Emperor not dare to come? The finals of the Universe Holy War are about to start. The top powerhouses of other elements should have gathered by now. No matter how arrogant the Sky Devil Emperor is, he won't dare to make trouble openly. That's good. Jun Changshao looked through the window at the stars in the distance. He smiled and said, I can watch my disciple win the championship in peace. Chapter 1872. Heaven Luo World. One of the more famous first-class planes of Ba Huang. Now, it was even more famous because the 11th Universe Sacred War would be held here. At this moment, contestants with dreams in their hearts were rushing in from all directions. As soon as they entered the main city, they saw the bronze cauldron with the words champion engraved on it in the middle of the city. That's right. This was the trophy for the Universe Sacred War Finals. Senior brother. A participant said excitedly, seeing this bronze cauldron, my blood seems to be burning. The man called Senior Brother clenched his fist and said, I'm really looking forward to it. There were many participants who entered Heaven Luo City. They all stopped and looked at the trophy with burning eyes, imagining that they could win. Woo-oh-oh. Woo-oh-oh, while everyone was looking at the bronze cauldron, a strange melody came from behind them. They all looked back in shock. At the city gate, Yi Xingqian, wearing sunglasses, walked over with a modified anti-magic sound system on his shoulder. He stood proudly like a professional bodyguard. I'm still the same young man from before. I haven't changed at all. Time is just a test. The faith planted in my heart hasn't diminished in the slightest. Li Qingyang, Xiao Zuiji, and the others walked out one after another. They wore second-generation school uniforms and wore sunglasses. Serious expressions appeared on their faces. Everyone's mouth twitched. Are these weird people sick in the head? Schwa. At this moment, a cape flashed across the screen. Jun Changshao walked in arrogantly. He stood in front of his disciple and pointed at the bronze cauldron in the center. This trophy, my sect of all times wants it. Voice. Tone. Very arrogant. All the forces and participants looked at him with disdain. They couldn't be blamed. Go Sheng was too arrogant. If this couldn't anger everyone, then there was no justice. Jian Guishu, who was following behind, had a face of despair. Just come out. Why did he have to be so flashy? He was really asking for a beating. Gu Tianqing expressed that he was already used to this. Sect of all times. A sect with only a few dozen disciples. I heard that Sky Devil Emperor has been targeting the Blue Cloud branch recently. I didn't expect him to still dare to participate in the Universe Holy War Finals. Some of the big shots who were familiar with the recent situation began to discuss among themselves. To tell the truth, if he was in the Zhangyan department, the sect of all times was definitely respected. After all, in the previous 10 sacred wars, there wasn't a single sect that could send so many disciples into the finals. However, he left the Zhangyan department. Although there were people who had heard of the sect of all times' deeds, they did not take it to heart. They even suspected that it was because there was no one else left that the sect had monopolized the advancement slots. One galaxy, one plane. 100 flowers competing in beauty was proof of their strength. To be monopolized by a sect was definitely a tragedy. Let's go. Jun Changshao snapped his fingers. I'm still the same young man from before. The beautiful melody sounded in the city and only stopped when it reached a certain inn. Jun Changshao's flashy entrance was just a small interlude, so no one took it to heart. Instead, they each found their own residence and quietly waited for the start of the finals. Meanwhile, more and more participants entered Tianluo City. No wonder Jian Guishu dared to say that the Sky Devil Emperor would not come to cause trouble. Millions of powerhouses had gathered in the city. Not to mention the half-step divination realm, even the divination realm could be seen everywhere. It could be said that the top forces of the upper universe had gathered. Unless his head was kicked by a donkey. Or he really wanted to become enemies with the entire upper universe. Otherwise, no matter how stupid the Sky Devil Emperor was, he would not dare to cause trouble at this juncture. Senior. Jun Changshao leaned against the window of the guest room and could just see the bronze cauldron in the central area. He asked, "This trophy is very ordinary." Bringing disciples to participate in such a genius competition was firstly for fame and secondly for rewards. The more ordinary something is, the more secrets it hides, Jian Guishu said. Oh. Jun Changshao was surprised. There's a secret in this cauldron? Jian Guishu poured a cup of tea and said, "Jun Patriarch, do you know the origin of the sacred wars?" "I don't know." Jun Changshao seemed to realize that he was going to explain it to him, so he sat upright and raised his two dog ears. Hundreds of thousands of years ago. Jian Guishu took a sip of tea and said, "A legend of a generation, Senior 7 Profound, stepped onto the path of eternal life." Jun Changshao, who was still secretly complaining that the topic was hundreds of thousands of years ago, immediately became serious when he heard Senior 7 Profound. Since then, he never returned. Many people guessed that he had entered the land of eternal life. And then? Jun Changshao asked curiously. Jian Guishu put down the teacup and said, "Many years later, someone took out a bronze cauldron with strange words engraved on it." What was written on it? "The bronze cauldron was created with my blood and sweat. If a junior can pry into its mysteries, they will be able to step onto the path of eternal life and follow my footsteps in pursuit of eternal life." Jian Guishu paused for a moment before continuing, "Signed by the 7 Profound Sacred Sovereign." There's such a thing? Jun Changshao was surprised. Jian Guishu said, "That person claimed to be Senior 7 Profound Servant and organized the first universe sacred war with many forces. The rule was that only the final winner can see the mystery inside the bronze cauldron. It has been held 10 times since then. No one tried to snatch it. A cauldron containing the secret to entering the path of eternal life would definitely make the upper universe experts go crazy. Someone tried to snatch it." Jian Guishu said, "But they all failed." Failed? What do you mean? Jun Changshao was puzzled. Jian Guishu looked out the window at the bronze cauldron in the central area and said, "This thing will only exist in a fixed place, and no one can move it. Only the champion will have 100 years to comprehend it, and when the time is up, it will return to its original place." So mysterious. Someone tried to snatch the cauldron. Suddenly, there was a loud roar outside. Jun Changshao released his spiritual senses and discovered that dozens of masked men in black were flying out of the city with the cauldron in their arms. Although the martial artists standing on the streets were shouting, no one chased after them. It was as if they were watching a show. How dare they steal in broad daylight? Jun Changshao was about to get up and rush out, but the next scene really made him feel a little incredulous. Buzz! The dozens of men in black were about to fly out of the city when the cauldron they were dragging suddenly shook and disappeared into thin air, appearing on the central area's platform. Damn! Jun Changshao said in surprise, "It really can return to its original place." Jian Guishu shook his head and said, "Over the years, there have always been people who didn't believe it and tried to steal it repeatedly, but they all failed in the end. Can't I put it in a space ring?" No. Seal it with an array and take it away. No. Jun Changshao was silent and muttered in his heart, it's a pity that the bronze cauldron didn't appear in the system store. Otherwise, I would have made it a one-way trip. The celestial demonic emperor is here. Suddenly, someone shouted at the top of his voice. Jun Changshao spread his mind to the city gate and saw a group of gloomy warriors walking in. He immediately roared at Jian Guishu, Senior, didn't you say that he didn't dare to come? Jian Guishu said, did I say that? Chapter 1873. He was here. He came with his men on a cloud. However, this person was still mysterious, and his lineup could not be seen clearly. Since he had never seen him before, why did he think it was the Sky Devil Emperor? Because the young people following behind were all his adopted sons, and they were all winners of the major galaxy's official competitions. There were a lot of people. There were a total of 81. Among them, 80 of them won the official competition, and only one barely made it to the finals. Ling Li walked behind with his head down, but his cold eyes contained hatred. As the most valued adopted son of his adoptive father, he should be the closest to him in this situation, but because he did not win the official competition of the Tsanyan Major, he was arranged to be at the back, like a marginal existence. Sect of all times. Ling Li clenched his fists and said heartbreakingly in his heart, you made me lose my adoptive father's trust, made me lose my beloved, I will definitely pay you back 100 times, 1,000 times. To be honest, being marginalized by the Sky Devil Emperor did have something to do with the Sect of all times. However, it was a bit unreasonable to blame someone else for losing the woman he loved. When the Sky Devil Emperor arrived, the pedestrians all avoided him. Their eyes were full of fear, for fear that they would accidentally provoke him. Don't blame them for being afraid. Even Jun Changshao held his breath at this moment and used the hidden cultivation technique. How arrogant he was just now was how obedient he was now. Of course. Jun Changshao was not afraid of the Sky Devil Emperor. The main thing was that he destroyed one of that guy's doppelgangers and killed King Jelua of the 8th Division Heavenly Dragon. The hatred between them could be described as irreconcilable. The finals were about to begin, and there was no need to have a conflict at this moment. Whether you believe it or not, I believe this explanation anyway. Jun Patriarch, don't worry. Jian Guishu said, it should be his doppelgangers, not his real body. Jun Changshao was speechless. This guy has a lot of doppelgangers. As far as I know, Jian Guishu said, the Sky Devil Emperor cultivates the art of seizing yang and reversing yin, and has gathered at least 4 doppelgangers. Jun Changshao howled in his heart, I'm so envious. He also had doppelgangers, but they were nothing more than relying on the Thousand Shadows art. Ta! At this moment, the Celestial Devil Emperor, who had just entered the city, stopped. His cold gaze passed through the streets and locked onto the inn where Jun Changshao was staying. Have we been discovered? Go Sheng's heart thumped. Sword returning to ruins. Celestial Demonic Emperor's cold voice sounded, you're here too. Fuck. He wasn't exposed, but Senior Sword Saint was. The Universe Holy War is the biggest event in the upper universe. Of course, I'll come and take a look, Jian Guishu replied calmly. He was actually quite worried that the other party would disregard his status and make a move in the city. If that's the case. The Tianma Emperor said, the patriarch of the Sect of all times should be with you, right? The last few words were said in a particularly low voice, giving people the feeling that he was deliberately suppressing the anger in his heart. Crack. Hearing the word Sect of all times, Ling Li clenched his fists, his eyes turning red. Ha ha ha. At this time, hearty laughter came from the inn. Sky Devil Emperor. This is the second time we've met, right? Senior Sword Saint had been exposed, so Jun Changshao didn't need to hide anymore. Hearing the voice that could easily make people angry, Sky Devil Emperor's eyes were gloomy and uncertain, sometimes killing intent flashed past, and sometimes anger flashed past. Along with his emotional instability, a monstrous demonic aura spread out. Everyone was shocked when they saw it. This street, this city, seemed to have turned into hell. Jun Changshao also felt it, frowning slightly, and thought to himself, this clone is stronger than the one killed by Monkey King. Sky Devil Emperor. At this time, several figures flew over from afar. The blonde man in the lead suppressed the fear in his heart and said, "This is the venue of the Universe Holy War Finals, please control your emotions and don't act recklessly." Heh. The adopted son standing next to Sky Devil Emperor tilted his head and said, "You don't have the right to speak here, Scram." After entering the city, Jun Changshao acted arrogantly. But compared to this adopted son, whether it was his aura or his actions, he was instantly defeated. There was always a higher mountain, and there would always be a strong person among the strong. Of course. The other adopted sons behind him didn't stay idle either. They all took a step forward, either shaking their heads or rubbing their palms, looking extremely strong. Shwa! Sky Devil Emperor raised his hand. The adopted sons all returned to their original positions. Please don't misunderstand. Sky Devil Emperor smiled coldly, this emperor is here to bring the adopted sons to participate in the finals, not to cause trouble. After saying that, the surrounding demonic aura quickly converged. Phew! The passers-by were relieved and then let out a long sigh of relief. Since you are here to participate in the finals, please abide by the rules of the competition. The blonde man cupped his hands and said, his calves and stomach still trembling violently. My emperor. At this time, a subordinate came and said, the guest room has been arranged, please follow me. Sky Devil Emperor nodded and led a group of adopted sons. On the way, he didn't look at the inn where Jun Changshao lived, as if he really came to participate in the finals of the Universe Holy War. Phew! Jun Changshao leaned on the back of the chair and put his right hand on his chest. Even though he was talking to the Celestial Devil Emperor casually, he was actually under a lot of pressure. Jun Patriarch. Jian Guishu said, do you know why Sky Devil Emperor wants his adopted son to participate? Jun Changshao subconsciously looked at the bronze cauldron erected outside and said, could it be that he also wants to pry into the secrets inside? Yes. Jian Guishu nodded. Since this cauldron was left behind by Senior Qishuan, there must be an opportunity to enter the path of eternal life. If he is allowed to obtain the mysteries inside, the upper universe will definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. Jun Changshao said. So whether or not we can stop his adopted son from winning the championship, we can only rely on Jun Patriarch's disciples. Jian Guishu said. Jun Changshao said, Junior will make them do their best. If he were to fight Sky Devil Emperor alone, Go Sheng would definitely not have the confidence. However, if he let his disciples fight his adopted son, it would be much easier. Without the support of various factors, Jun Changshao was nothing more than a lowly Fate Realm warrior. He was far from being invincible. However, he did have his merits. Every disciple of his sect was talented, and his words were very pleasant to the ears. What was a sect? It represented a team, a collective. Jun Changshao had to rely on cheats to deal with everything, while his disciples could only cheer from the sidelines. No. They needed to prove themselves. This universe sacred war was the stage for proving themselves. Sky Might's secret realm. Huff, huff. Xiao Ziji bent over with his hands hanging by his side, his hair messy, and his breathing rapid, looking very weak. Ta! Xiang Yu's soul walked over. Xiao Ziji squeezed out a smile and said, I, lost again, no. Xiang Yu said, you won. I, won. Xiao Ziji's eyes were filled with shock. Pa, Xiang Yu put a hand on his shoulder and said, I, the tyrant of Western Chu, will follow you to the battlefield. Huff, huff. Huff, huff, huff. In an instant, his body turned into a stream of light, completely enveloping Xiao Ziji, and then began a rather long heroic soul contract signing. In another area, Su Xiaomao cupped his fists and said, "Senior, please help me." Reason. Although Senior is old, you are the most courageous and invincible. Ha ha ha. Huang Zhong, who was sitting in the forest, raised his saber and laughed loudly. This old man likes to hear your words. The finals were about to begin. All the disciples of the sect of all times participating in the competition were still working hard to cultivate. At this moment, not only were they shouldering the responsibility of bringing honor to the sect, but they also had the mission of stopping Sky Devil Emperor's adopted son from winning the championship. Chapter 1874. 5th of May. A special day. Why was it special? Because the 11th Universe Holy War Finals would be held today. Geniuses from various systems and dimensions would compete for the championship. There were many Sect of all times disciples participating in this type of competition, but following the patriarch to the grand competition field and witnessing the geniuses entering one after another, the blood in his body instantly burned. Second senior brother. Su Xiaomao grinned and said, "I seem to have found the feeling of my first competition." Me too. Li Qingyang smiled. Growing up from the lower realm until now, they had experienced large and small competitions. They should have lost interest in life, but the competitors they were facing now were stronger than before. It was as if they had found their youthful days. Tsk Yi Xingchen snorted coldly, pretentious. Although he said so, the degree of his blood boiling was no less than the others. Night Emperor liked to fight, this was known to all. Junior brother Yi. Su Xiaomao walked over and said in a low voice, "The champion of the Songhai realm, Jia Lingyao, is she the woman you abandoned?" "What do you mean abandoned?" Yi Xingchen shouted, "I have nothing to do with her." Oh, oh. Su Xiaomao angrily left and thought, I just said it casually, why is junior brother so angry? There was a problem. I have to watch him. The competition was about to start, but instead of focusing on his opponent, he started to gossip. As expected of Go Sheng. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jun Changshao led his disciples and prepared to enter the venue. Suddenly, a gloomy demonic energy appeared behind him. There was no need to guess. It was definitely the demonic emperor. As expected, the big villain whose face couldn't be seen clearly led his 81 foster children over. Jun Changshao leading a few dozen qualified disciples was already very eye-catching, but compared to the other side, they were nothing. Tsk, Gosheng didn't think so. Because of the limited number of galaxies, they couldn't let more disciples advance. If we still have the chance to participate in the next season, we'll send them all to the major galaxies to compete in the main competition. By then, all the contestants in the finals will be from our sect of all times. Are you afraid? Jun Patriarch. The Celestial Devil Emperor said coldly, although this is a competition, life and death are up to fate. As soon as he said this, killing intent appeared in the eyes of his foster sons. Obviously. If they were to encounter a disciple of the sect of all times in the finals, it would not be as simple as just a victory or defeat. Not bad. Jun Changshao agreed, participating in the competition is equivalent to entering the arena. Life and death are up to fate. Li Qingyang and the others were not to be outdone. They shook their heads one after another, looking like they would fight to the death as long as they met him. Amazing. How dare you confront the Celestial Devil Emperor? Manly enough. The passers-by did not dare to express their thoughts openly, so they could only silently praise him in their hearts. The Celestial Devil Emperor did not say anything. He followed the officials to another entrance of the venue. However, just as he was about to enter, he sent a voice transmission, "Kid, you destroyed my clone and killed my subordinates. Do you think you can still leave the Tianluo world alive? If it was considered more subtle just now. Then, this sentence was very blatant. TSK, Jun Changshao snorted proudly. He was speechless in his heart, as expected. This guy is not here purely for the competition. The host participating in the universe sacred war is actually equivalent to walking into a trap. The system said. Irritating. Jun Changshao led his disciples into the venue. Along the way, he kept thinking about how he should escape from the Tianluo world after the competition ended and he won the championship. Jian Guishu did not follow. He stopped at the entrance of the audience and shouted at the group of young people who were full of dreams, "Rush forward, the waves behind." Jun Changshao heard this and stopped. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the other disciples who were walking behind him also stopped. They had their backs facing Jian Guishu. A smile appeared on their faces. They slowly raised their right hands and used their silent actions to assure this senior that the sect of all times would definitely win the championship of the universe sacred war. Chapter 1875. The venue of the Universe Holy War Finals could accommodate millions of spectators, and it was divided into several viewing platforms. Some were regular, and some were suspended. One word, grand. As the patriarch of the participating side, Jun Changshao was arranged to sit on the suspended platform north of the arena. With a wide field of view, he could watch the entire battle without any blind spots. In comparison, the ordinary viewing platforms were inferior. Because of the location, only a small part of the arena could be seen. Fortunately, the organizer used a projection array. A huge light screen accompanied by countless small light screens stood in the sky, allowing the spectators to pay attention to the situation on each arena. How extravagant! Jun Changshao sat down and observed the entire venue. The construction of the arena especially shocked him. Because in addition to the main venue, there were 12 trapezoidal venues around it, looking like the 5 elements 8 trigrams. After all, it's the Universe Holy War Finals. Of course, it has to be grand, the system said. Jun Changshao said, in the future, I want to hold the Sect tournament to such a standard and let all the warriors in the universe come to watch. Host, you should worry more about your disciples. Although the Sky Devil Emperor doesn't dare to make a move, I'm afraid he'll instigate his adopted son to do it, the system said. I believe they can face everything. Speaking of this, Jun Changshao intentionally or unintentionally looked at the Sky Devil Emperor, who was far away from him. Coincidentally, the other party also looked over. Their eyes suddenly met, and sparks erupted. Seeing that sparks of love were about to appear, a deep voice sounded from the main venue. Let's welcome the participants. Wine. Wine. Array lights appeared in the 12 trapezoidal venues. One by one, the participants appeared on the stage. Ah! The warriors in the ordinary viewing platforms lost control of their emotions and shouted loudly when they saw their idols appear. Some even pulled out banners to support them. Millions of spectators from different galaxies. Almost every genius that appeared had a support group, so the level of noise could be said to be earth-shattering. However, when the disciples of the Sect of all times led by Lu Qianqian appeared in the trapezoidal venue, no one cheered for them. It was as if they were a group of pitiful children abandoned in a corner. Second senior brother. Su Xiaoma covered his ears and said, so noisy. Before Li Qingyang could reply, he was interrupted by Lu Qianqian. If we win the competition, they will shut up. Everyone muttered in their hearts, why did eldest senior sister suddenly speak? All right. With his hands on his waist, Su Xiaoma grinned. Win the competition, become the champion, and silence the entire venue. Fortunately, the cheering voices drowned out his words. Otherwise, if this was heard by the audience, they would definitely send all kinds of disdain and ridicule. Buzz. Buzz. The array formation was still flashing, and the contestants were still coming onto the stage. It had to be said that there were many galaxies in the upper universe, and after the competition, not only were there many contestants in the finals, but they were also very strong. It was unknown if it was a coincidence or if the organizers had arranged it on purpose, but the Sky Devil Emperor's adopted sons also appeared at the venue where the Sect of All Time's disciples were gathered. One of the adopted sons crossed his arms and sneered, "If we meet in the competition, I'll make sure you die." TSK. Su Xiaomua said, "You're quite arrogant." Behind him, Li Fei, Tian Qi, and the others laughed disapprovingly. In terms of numbers, they definitely could not compare to the adopted sons of the Sky Devil Emperor, but if they really fought, they were not afraid at all. Especially. Yesterday, the Patriarch had already given the order. If they met the adopted sons of the Sky Devil Emperor in the competition, there was no need to show any mercy. Hoo. The disciples of the Sect of All Times and the adopted sons of the Sky Devil Emperor were dozens of feet apart. Both sides stared at each other. Although they did not directly attack each other, the explosive aura had already begun to clash in the air. The gloomy aura that filled the air shocked the nearby contestants to the point of trembling. Two groups of people. None of them were easy to deal with. Don't hit the jackpot when drawing lots. He Woody, who was almost transparent, suddenly felt that he was being stared at, so he looked over and saw that at the back of the group of adopted sons, Ling Li clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with anger and killing intent. TSK. Su Xiaomua also noticed and said, "This guy's injuries are recovering quite quickly." "Just trash." Yi Xingqian said disdainfully. Crack. Ling Li clenched his fists, his fingernails sinking into his flesh. He said angrily in his heart, "I lost the main competition, but I definitely won't lose the finals." Sigh. A adopted brother next to him shook his head and said, "There's nothing special about these people. Someone can actually lose consecutively." Sure enough, foster father raised a trash. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. If foster father sent me to the Tsangyun department to participate, I would definitely win the championship easily. In front of him, the disciples of the Sect of All Times mocked him, and behind him, his adopted brothers mocked and ridiculed him. Ling Li's anger and mentality were about to explode. After all the contestants appeared, the organizer began the routine speech. Jun Changshao leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. He only opened his eyes when the other party finished speaking and announced the drawing of lots. The drawing of lots was no different from the galactic main competition. The 10,000 contestants present would each choose an opponent. The winner would advance, and the loser would be eliminated. According to the roll call, Lu Qianshan, Li Qingyang, and the others drew number cards one after another. Because there were many contestants in the first round, they did not draw their own people, thus starting a civil war. First round contestants, please enter the corresponding teleportation array. Phew. Li Tianshang took a deep breath and walked towards the teleportation array. Senior brothers, I'll go first. He was the first disciple of the Sect of All Times to fight. Junior brother. Li Qingyang and the others encouraged him, victory at the start. Swish. Swish. Li Tianshang was sent to the corresponding arena. And when the first batch of contestants entered the arena, dozens of small screens appeared in the sky. Damn! Su Xiaomua looked up and saw his junior brother and the contestants facing him. He was speechless. We met the Sky Devil Emperor's adopted son in the first round. Sigh. Li Tianshang shook his head and said, "My luck is a bit good." His opponent was called Ling Shi, and was also one of the adopted sons of the Sky Devil Emperor who had mocked him earlier. All right. Jun Changshao spread out his hands and said, "There's going to be a good show to watch as soon as the battle starts." Kid. Ling Shi tilted his head and laughed coldly, if Lord Foster Father had sent me to the Blue Cloud Sect, you and your fellow sect members would not be standing in the finals. Instead, you would have gone to the underworld to report. Li Tianxiang rubbed his nose and said, so arrogant. Let the match begin. At this moment, the referee announced loudly. Hoo. In an instant, dozens of stages erupted with their realm auras, turning into waves that spread towards the nearby spectator stands. Swish, before the sound had even faded, Ling Shi bent his waist and sprinted backwards with his hands outstretched. His face gradually turned sinister and crazy. TSK. Accept your fate of death. Hearing the Chinibyu voice, Li Tianxiang stood on the spot and shook his head. His gaze suddenly became serious, and his entire body was enveloped by a special aura. Gradually, a shadow appeared behind him. From ethereal nothingness to flesh and blood. This was an SS-rank heroic soul that was similar to an ancient assassin. He stood proudly with his sword in his arms, his long hair covering half of his face, and his eyes emitting a sense of vicissitudes. Who? Jing Ku. TSK. Jun Changshao said in surprise, directly using your trump card. Clang, at this moment, under Li Tianxiang's control, Jing Ku unsheathed his sword and went forward. Not good. Swish, the stage fell into a state of silence. Ling Shi maintained his sprinting state and stood there in a daze. Jing Ku stopped behind him, a drop of blood gathered on his unsheathed sword, and said coldly, I can't kill Qin Wang, but I can't kill you. Plop. With that, Ling Shi knelt on the ground, his hands hanging down, his head tilted to the side, and there was an obvious sword mark on his neck. Perhaps because the speed was too fast, no blood spurted out. The finals had just begun, and one of the adopted sons of the Sky Devil Emperor had sacrificed himself to the heavens. Chapter 1876. The first round of the finals began. It should have been the most lively time, but the entire venue suddenly fell into silence, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Dead? Sky Devil Emperor's adopted son was killed. Countless pairs of eyes stared at the small light screen, slowly widening, and slowly revealing a shocked luster. That's right. Ling Shi was dead. It was only a few seconds from the start of the referee to the end of his life. The speed of this sacrifice was too exaggerated. Gu Tianqing was stunned. The non-core disciple who was brutally abused by Ling Li in the main competition, and now in the first battle of the finals. Killed the Sky Devil Emperor's adopted son. Was Ling Shi weak? Not weak, very strong. Much stronger than Ling Li who had participated in the main competition. An opponent of this level, according to convention, would at least need to be a core disciple of the sect of all times to fight. However, he was obliterated by Li Tiantian, and it was an instant kill. Gu Tianqing did not understand the language of the internet, otherwise, he would have roared loudly, is this guy cheating? That's right. Li Tiantian cheated. He directly used the SS-class heroic soul, Jing Ku. As the most famous professional assassin in China, unless he met the Qin Wang who walked around the pillar, he would definitely not be careless in killing people. Speaking of which, obtaining the recognition of the SS-class heroic soul was also obtained by being abused countless times. Therefore, Li Tiantian won the competition today, stepping on the Sky Devil Emperor's adopted son to advance to the second round, completely relying on himself, not cheating. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were the same. All these years, they had all paid and worked hard, so they obtained the favor of the heroic soul. Saying that they cheated was tantamount to directly denying their efforts. On the contrary. Because of limited reasons, someone had never entered the Sky Might's secret realm, but at the critical moment of life and death, he was possessed by the SS-class heroic soul and killed the Sky Devil Emperor's clone with a stick. This was the most deserved, the most shameless cheat. The Sky Devil Emperor's adopted son sacrificed to the heavens, shocking the entire audience. As a result, the other participants in the venue were fighting fiercely, but no one went to watch. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the floating viewing platform filled with a terrifying demonic aura. When everyone was shocked to the point of their scalps exploding, they immediately understood that the furious attribute was definitely released by the Sky Devil Emperor. Sure enough. The Celestial Devil Emperor sat on the chair, and a black aura spread out. Although she couldn't see his face clearly, she could tell from his red eyes that he was furious. Going to the venue is equivalent to going to the battlefield. Life and death are up to fate. Jun Changshao laughed loudly. Is someone a sore loser? Hearing this, the demonic chi in the Celestial Devil Emperor's body gradually receded, and he said in a cold voice, Jun Patriarch, I hope you can keep the smile on your face until the end of the competition. Don't worry. Jun Changshao put his fingers on the corners of his mouth and raised them up. He maintained an exaggerated smile and said, I will definitely have the last laugh. Really asking for a beating? Gu Tianqing and Jian Guishu muttered inwardly. The Celestial Demonic Emperor ignored the bitch and sent a telepathic message to his other foster sons. If you encounter any disciples of the Sect of all times, you must tear them into pieces. He was furious. However, he couldn't make a move. Therefore, he could only rely on his adopted son to vent his anger. Coincidentally, Jun Changshao also sent a telepathic message to his disciple, if you meet the foster son of the Celestial Devil Emperor, just like the heavens, mercilessly kill him. The two of them were enemies. There was no need to explain. If they had the chance to meet in the universe, they would definitely bite each other like mad dogs. In the first round of the battle, Li Tiantian advanced. When the referee announced it, Li Tiantian, who was standing on the stage, cried. After being defeated by Ling Li, he had always been depressed. He had always been ashamed of the sect and the patriarch. For this crazy cultivation, it was not scary to lose. At most, he would win it back. Although the opponent this time was not fierce, at least he was the foster son of the Celestial Devil Emperor. If he could kill him instantly, he would be able to wash away his shame and walk down the stage with his head held high. Regarding Li Tiantian's change in mentality and tempering during this period of time, it needed to be filled in by the comic group. In short, to be able to get Jing Ke's approval, it was exchanged with pain and suffering, blood and tears. Including him, Li Qingyang and the others, there were two lyrics that could be aptly described, that was how can one see the rainbow without experiencing the wind and rain? No one could succeed casually. However, without experiencing the wind and rain, Jun Changshao could do it. Perhaps stimulated and encouraged by Li Tiantian, the disciples of the Sect of all times repeatedly went out to fight and won the competition with crushing means. There was no difficulty, no challenge. Of course, against other participants, at most they would send them flying and would not directly take their lives. The foster sons of the Celestial Devil Emperor were the opposite. As long as they went out, they would use ruthless means to kill their opponents, giving people the feeling that if the disciples of the Sect of all times killed Ling Shi, the other participants would be buried with him. My son, a big shot who witnessed his son's tragic death on the stage, could only show a sorrowful expression. Hate. Hate to the bone. But the strength of the Celestial Devil Emperor was too strong. He could only silently bear it and did not dare to resist. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head helplessly. Their own children were mercilessly killed and they did not dare to stand up. These people had completely surrendered to the tyranny of the Celestial Devil Emperor. The first round ended. All the disciples of the Sect of all times advanced. Because it was too easy, many people did not have any battle scenes. The 80 foster sons of the Celestial Devil Emperor had all advanced. The scenes were too bloody. As usual. The second round continued with the drawing of lots. Because there were still many people, the disciples of the sect of all times and the foster sons of the celestial devil emperor did not meet directly. And so, 4 rounds until there were only a few hundred participants left on the stage, and the odds of drawing lots were high. Especially after the 5th round of drawing lots, He Wudi, Li Qingyang, and the 2 foster sons of the sect of all times were matched up. Participants, please enter the stage. As the referee shouted, He Wudi was the first to enter the venue through the teleportation array. His opponent was called Ling Rui, who was not much taller than him, had a thin figure, and looked very cunning. Rui came from wisdom. From this, it could be seen that this guy should be very cunning. Sure enough, after the match began, he used a special movement skill, circling from left to right, and from right to left, like an unfathomable loach. This kind of opponent was more suitable for Su Xiaomo, because both of them boom. Before the narrator could finish his explanation, a loud explosion was heard. Dust flew, covering the sky and the sun. When it gradually became clear, the audience saw He Wudi standing on the shattered stage through the projection screen, while the foster son of the celestial devil emperor was sunk in a deep pit, his upper clothes torn, and there was a big hole in his back. This was another one. Boom! Another explosion sounded from another projection screen. The audience moved over and saw Li Qingyang's opponent, the foster son named Ling Tao, lying outside the venue. Apart from his clothes fluttering in the wind, his body and limbs were completely still. Swoosh! The referee flew over to check, then shook his head and signaled the staff to carry him down. The entire venue fell silent again. In the 5th round of the competition, the disciples of the sect of all times who had just entered the stage had used the fastest speed and the most overbearing method to kill the 2 foster sons of the celestial devil emperor. Brother! Those were the champions of their respective departments. Can't the disciples of the sect of all times give them the most basic respect? They were killed instantly. Who the fuck could stand this? Chapter 1877. Other than Lingli, the celestial demonic emperor's foster sons who could enter the finals were all champions of their respective departments. They were all the most outstanding. And the result? They encountered 3 disciples of the sect of all times and were easily defeated. They really had no face at all. They were trampling on the celestial demonic emperor's face. In fact, if they returned to the galaxy's main competition node, the core disciples led by Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji might not be able to win easily against the celestial demonic emperor's foster sons. The wheel of fortune could not be used on them. It would be more accurate to look at them differently after not seeing them for 3 days. A few years ago, Ling Li was beaten up by the core disciples of the Eternal Sect. Today, a few years later, the situation would only be more serious. Even non-core disciples could beat him up because they had cultivation facilities and abundant martial arts resources that were comparable to cheats. Jun Changshao understood this, which was why he dared to boast about winning the finals. The celestial demonic emperor was strong. He had to admit it. However, the sect of all times had developed to this point, and its facilities and resources were very comprehensive. They had absolute confidence in cultivating talents. The fact that Li Tian, who was not a core disciple, could easily defeat his foster sons was the best proof. No surprise. Jun Changshao spread his hands and said, no surprise. Go Sheng was not surprised that his disciple had taken care of 2 more foster sons. He even thought that it was a matter of course. Otherwise, he would have bought the transcendent grade spacetime secret realm for nothing. After completing the side mission, he was rewarded with the right to buy many secret realms. Limited by his reputation, Jun Changshao only bought the transcendent grade spacetime secret realm. There was no other reason. With enough understanding of this type of secret realm, he would definitely not lose out or be cheated. As expected, he bought the transcendent grade spacetime secret realm. Disciples could enter at will. There was no time limit. In other words, if the disciple did not come out for the rest of his life, he could accelerate for the rest of his life. The best thing was that the transcendent grade spacetime secret realm not only did not have a time limit, but it also maintained a 100-fold acceleration effect and had stronger heaven and earth attributes. With this item, Jun Changshao once exclaimed, "Even pigs can fly." After the transcendent grade spacetime secret realm was set up, Li Qingyang and the others could not wait to enter. It took almost half a day to go to the Tianluo world. Other than going to the Sky Might secret realm, they spent the rest of their time in the spacetime secret realm. So it was equivalent to cultivating for decades. Just one question. How could the celestial demonic emperor's foster sons fight with the disciples of the sect of all times? Being killed in an instant was not an injustice. Crack. Opposite the emperor clenched his fists. 2 more of his adopted sons had been killed. Anyone with a temper would not be able to tolerate this. "Your Majesty." One of his subordinates said in a low voice, "The disciples of the eternal sect are not simple. I'm afraid your adopted son, Li, the celestial devil emperor suppressed his anger and said, although Ling Tao and the others are outstanding, they are not valued by this emperor. The finals will depend on Ling Tian, Ling Ba." He paused and looked at Ling Li, and him. Li's. Ling Li lost to the disciples of the sect of all times in his early years. I'm afraid he can't take on such a big responsibility, right? If it was any other foster son, they might not be able to take on such a big responsibility, Celestial Demonic Emperor said with certainty, but it's hard to say if it's Ling Li. His subordinate did not say anything. To be honest, he was not optimistic about Ling Li. But since the emperor said so, he must have absolute confidence. Foster father. Ling Li sat in the corner with his fingers clasped and his chin resting on the back of his hand. He smiled and said, "I will use my actions to prove who is your strongest foster son." 3 of his foster brothers died, but he was not sad at all. He was not afraid of the disciples of the sect of all times. In fact, he was very happy and excited. The more his self-righteous older brothers were insta-killed, the more they proved themselves to be trash. When his adoptive father was angry and in despair, he would definitely be able to obtain his adoptive father's recognition. What a coincidence. The other foster sons thought so too. Because of the environment when they were young, they did not care about family. To be exact, they did not have any family. The only thing they could do was to turn into wolves and kill their prey to please their master. Ling Li was better than them. He met love in his dark life. However, with the death of that woman, the light in his heart was extinguished. He turned into a cruel and ruthless wolf again. He was even more ruthless than before. Lu Qianshan, Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma, Long Ziang, Song Xianzhou, and the other disciples fought one after another. They easily won and advanced to the second round. After a few rounds of fighting, no matter who the opponent was, they won easily. Just like that, they became the center of attention. This sect of all times is incredible. I thought that the Blue Cloud System's geniuses would wither and the sect of all times would be the strongest. But, it's terrifying. 3 of Celestial Demonic Emperor's foster sons were killed. He definitely won't let it go. If the 2 sides meet, there will be an extremely fierce battle. Everyone was discussing. There were always casualties among the participants in the previous universe sacred wars. This was unavoidable. However, Celestial Demonic Emperor's foster sons killed all the participants and 3 of them were instantly killed by the sect of all times. Only then did everyone realize that the 2 sides weren't here to win the championship. They were here to kill people. If there was a champion in this universe sacred war, it would definitely be the bloodiest in history. Exciting. Someone said excitedly. Most of them had seen a normal battle. This kind of battle was similar to the battle in the arena where the participants had to kill the target to survive. It was undoubtedly more stimulating to the nerves and the eyes. Come on. Let the battle become even fiercer. Boom. Boom. In each arena, the fierce battle continued. Wherever celestial demonic emperor's foster sons fought, there would be blood and limbs flying everywhere. This brought a lot of enjoyment to many people. Jun Changshao crossed his arms and leaned against the back of his chair. His spiritual sense spread across the arena. Looking at the gradually excited faces, he shook his head and said, "When cruelty becomes normal, people will forget pity and even see it as a game and enjoy it. There's no other way." The system said, "After all, it's the martial Tao world." So. Jun Changshao crossed his legs, crossed his hands, and casually placed them on his legs. Even without celestial demonic emperor's scourge, the upper universe will still have to change. Who will change? Me. Jun Changshao's expression was serious. It was normal to have killings in the martial Tao world, but at least there shouldn't be unrestrained killings in a mere battle. The audience would still be able to watch with relish, because that would be a loss of morals and a distortion of human nature. The seed to change the world was buried deep in Gosheng's heart. Pooh! In the 6th round, Long Xiang's cold light arrived first. Then, his spear shot out like a dragon and killed the 4th foster son. Another one dead. Puchi. The scene changed. Mu Honglian killed the 5th foster son. As the number of participants decreased, the chances of the Sect of all times and Celestial Demonic Emperor meeting each other greatly increased. As long as the two sides fought, they would definitely take lives. After another round of battle, almost half of the latter's 80 foster sons were killed. Who killed the most? Li Tiansheng. From the first round until now, he had encountered 3 foster sons of Celestial Demonic Emperor. He summoned the heroic soul Jiang Ku to kill them all, not giving them a chance to breathe at all. "Participants, please come out." The referee shouted as loudly as usual. Whoosh! Yi Xingqian stepped into the teleportation circle. When he arrived at the battle arena, he saw Ling Li's body shaking as he walked over like a zombie. Night Emperor had always regretted that he couldn't personally trample on the foster son who bullied Li Tiansheng in the Zhangyan Galaxy's main competition. Now, they finally met in the finals. He smiled. One smile could topple a city, and another smile could topple a country. "I may be late if I trample on you." Yi Xingqian pointed at him proudly and said, "But I will never be absent." You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.